And what you been doing in England? That's sucky. I thought I thought you had children and stuff like. Thought maybe you were married. Oh my goodness, you don't even want to know the half of my story over here. I'm actually a single guy, but I'm 32 years old. Um, I'm way past my time to get married according to my cultural, according to like yeah, the cultural things, how culture is over here. So people are usually like, what would I say? I lost my internet for a few minutes. What's up, everybody? I don't have a real good internet connection today, so in case the stream comes down, I'll probably restart it if it does. I hope it won't.
So it looks like there's been a shooting in a gay club in Florida. It is the 12th of June 2016. I'm John LaPone, and I'm joined by my friend Dan there in Sydney. I'm coming to you live from Brisbane, and in this little live hangout, we're going to discuss the latest major shooting events and if there are any hallmarks of classic media fakery. So before we get to all of that, I'll throw it to you there, Sam. How are you on this lovely Sunday evening?
Very well. I've got a bit of a blocked nose, a cold, but apart from that, yeah, fine, thanks.
Excellent. And when did you first hear about this particular event?
Probably about 20 minutes ago, and the first thing I did, and this might be a bit rich for a lot of the listeners, but some of them might get what I'm talking about. The first thing I did was I went and checked the data today. It's the 12th in Australia, but it's the 11th probably on the other side of the world. And June being the 6 months. Well, for us, actually, it's the 12th. So the 6 and 12 is 18, and then you add up the year 2016, that's 18. So you've got two 18s, and it's like, okay, 666, 666. But, you know, that might have nothing to do with it. But that's the first thing I noticed.
Well, the event supposedly happened at 2 a.m. their time on the Sunday, so that it's still be the 12th or the 6th of them. So for people who are looking for the 6s, you've got your 12 and then the 6, so there's your 3 6s. And we can get into all the numerology later on if you like. But looking at some of the articles, it's probably worth prefacing this for people who haven't heard other people be skeptical of these events with the reasons why maybe we don't believe the news when they tell us that people are out there killing themselves or blowing themselves up. So Sam, can you explain to listeners why if you see on the news or you read in the newspaper that some random lone wolf dude decided to kill himself and many other people on religious grounds or ideological grounds or these kinds of things, why is it that you don't necessarily immediately believe what you're being told?
Well, I prefer just to think of it from other people's point of view first, which is generally that the onus is on us to prove that something is not fake. But when you look at as many fake things as we probably have since Sandy Hook and the Boston bombing, and I mean the list is endless. To save yourself time, I mean, not just time, you generally are very skeptical about any mass shooting, mass casualty event that you see, and you do tend to look at it from the other direction, that it's quite possibly fake and be proven otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And obviously, if somebody has always watched the news and always believed it, then if they were to listen to us, they would want us to prove to them that the event is a hoax before they would believe anything other than it's real. For anybody who's skeptical, they'd be sitting there going, well, it could be real, it could be fake. Let's look at the evidence. So let's do that. And the first article I wanted to look at was from our old friends at the Daily Mail. So what I'll do is I'll screen share this one. And the listeners will have to forgive me if we're sounding a little bit croaky because it is late on a Sunday evening. Now, is that one coming through to you, Sam?
Yeah, I've got it.
Excellent. So this is from the Daily Mail, and the article, they've got this long article title of the Daily Mail. It says, suspected Islamic extremist shoots dead at least 20 people at Florida gay club after bursting in, wearing a suicide vest and taking hostages, injuring a further 42 before he is killed in shootout. So let's just go through some of the highlights of this one. He's a suspected Islamic extremist, and the club is called Pulse, which is interesting. We'll look at that in a moment. Shot more than 40 people, killing about 20, so not quite as accurate as old mate down there in Tasmania, Martin Bryan, but pretty accurate still. Killing 20 out of 40, that's not too bad really from a kill-shot ratio perspective. And apparently he took some partygoers hostage as well before he was killed by police. They say he was in his 20s carrying a suspicious device, possibly a suicide vest, when he was attacked. And police used an explosive device to distract the gunman and rescue about 30 people who had been taken hostage. Now, Sam just said, the idea of taking 30 people hostage, what do you
meters back. And then we've got a witness as well, whose name is John Alamo, like the Alamo shooting. So I don't know what's up with that. And then, sorry to bang on about the numerology. Club dog of Rob Rick, which is 1818 with the R's, the two R's, and that's another triple six. This is a mirror of the date that it's happened on the 1819. And then we've got another person called Ricardo Negron. I don't know who, I've never heard of anyone with the name of Negron. We've got the nightclub sort of vibe to it, Negron, but it's noteworthy too that the club sold in on March 3rd, which is 33, and sort of, I won't go into the turnover, this sort of turnover of $930,000 a year. Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question, I just got a bit distracted.
No, that's all right. And some of the listeners might be wondering, where did you get that sale date for the club? So we'll look at that in a moment. Now, just on this Christina Grimmy, who was apparently shot dead nearby, 4 miles away a few days ago. I've never heard of her, and I don't watch The Voice, so this is all news to me. I learned about her death by reading this article. Christina Grimmy, never heard of her, but there you go. So yeah, we've got the official story here at the moment, and obviously these stories always change, throughout the state apart. Official story is some shoots more than 40 people, kills about 20, has about 30 people hostage, then the police use some kind of explosive device, maybe a flash grenade or something, Sydney siege style, and they kill him and they save the 30 hostages all the Saturday morning at a gay club in Florida. So those are the main details so far. Sorry, mate, what's that? Sorry.
It's interesting that to take a leaf out of Russian history, the club is in South Orange, orange being the only colour that has the 33. And the owner is a guy called Scott Reeder, and his history seems to be in, running clubs, but also being a creative director. He also runs Airwave Technologies, which is just like an audio company. So if anyone's able to set up a whole lot of bangs and crashes and lights and bullshit, I think Scott might be up to the job.
Tell you what, I don't know why it's me screen sharing. You should be screen sharing this stuff. Maybe you've got those articles ready to screen share them in a moment. But just before we do, let's have a look at this photo. Now, this was the first photo that I saw of the event, and it looks very Boston hoaxathon-like. We've got the blood on the legs, and to their credit, at least this blood looks kind of more realistic. Some of that Boston bombing's blood was far too bright red, but this looks a bit more realistic, don't you think?
Sorry, I was just looking at an article. Yeah, I don't know how you get that blood on you. I mean, I suppose if someone beside you got shot, you might get splattered like that, but she doesn't seem to have too much trouble standing around with her legs covered in blood. I mean, she might have been helping someone, you know.
Yeah, what I'm saying is at least the colour looks more right. I think the way it looks, like, it still looks like that's far too faint there, so it kind of looks like a very dodgy job, but at least they've got the colour right this time, which I think is a decent start. Yeah. And someone just sitting on the ground, and you have to wonder, I mean, if you've got 40 people shot in a club, they said there's about 100 people in the club, how did no one get footage from inside the club? I mean, they might release some dodgy stuff like they did with the Bataclan shooting, but they released like one photo from inside, one video from inside later on. So it's not like later on, but I mean, if you can get a photo of this, how come we can't get a photo of real carnage, you know what I mean?
Yeah, especially seeing there'd be a couple of people that have their, might even be filming each other anyhow, so you think there might be one where it goes from sort of like selfie videos to like, dropping them on the floor or something like that, but maybe they haven't had time to upload it. I don't want to sound like the gay people, but just trying to make excuses for these people where possible.
Well, that's it. We're trying to have a look at this objectively, real or hoax, and of course we only go by what they give us, you know what I mean? So we couldn't prove 100% that it was real just with their photos, and you can't prove 100% it's fake. All we can do is just kind of go by what they give us. And if you look at these photos here, you've got your classic, what's this supposed to be? CPR, kind of looks like that. I mean, is that meant to be a body there? It's just a shooting.
Oh, what the hell?
What's up, BC? I'm about to check out your latest video. I hope you don't mind if I play it. I don't think, no, BC's not on the chat. I mean, not on the panel. But I was going to play the video that he made that you linked earlier. I wonder if I can. I've been trying to get BC on the panel for a while. I think he might have a little bit of problem with his hangout. All right, BC, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play it. Hey, what's up, Tim? I'm about to play a video, and I don't have speakers turned on, so I can't hear you just yet.
What you talking about, Willis? You bet. Where you at? What's up with this troll? What's he trolling tonight?
It looked a little better than the last two mixers that I seen. You have to at least give it that. But man, fucking, they've gone fucking crazy. I swear to fuck, they've literally gone crazy. Like, you see how comfortable fucking in another video that fucking Patricia looked at in fucking Antonio's house? Like, she looked like she's wearing a fucking robe or something. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, secondhand smoke fucking kills, you know, and she's all this health fanatic, and she's fucking sitting there, and he's smoking like a fucking chimney behind her, and what the fuck? Like, I don't know, things just don't make sense to me with all of them. I don't know, man, like they're trying to make more flat earthers. Great, I understand, but I think they're going about it the wrong way with these fucking mixers, because the way they're making more flat earthers, they're fucking breeding more. Like they're like a box of fucking hamsters. That's how they're trying to make more flat earthers. Have a mixer and have a fucking orgy. I think that's what I think they're doing. Like literally, they're not screaming flat fucking earth. No, they're fucking trying to make babies. They're like a box of fucking hamsters. That's what they're like. Those mixers, flat earth mixers. Fucking box of hamsters. Because that's what they're doing. It's so fucking insane. And people can't see it. Yeah, we fucking get on airplanes and fly to another fucking country for a flat earth fucking meeting. Yeah, okay. Nobody with a fucking brain is going to be doing that. I'll fucking guarantee you that. Leave your own country when you can do shit in your own country. She lives so fucking close, she could throw a fucking rock at NASA. And she flies to the fucking UK. Fucking brain dead people, if you don't understand what the fuck's going on. I swear to God. Brain dead fucking people, man.
fucking serious. Brain dead. Brain dead. Fuck Dan Pratt, where the fuck are you, man? Where in the fuck are you? People keep asking me they want my fucking 2 cents worth. Well, man, I want your fucking 2 cents worth. Man, I tell you. Fucking insane. I mean, I don't even get this shit anymore with these fucking mixers. I really don't. All I can say is, where the fuck's the sex tape? Because you know something's going to be coming, fucking released or fucking something, guaranteed. And they'll make it look like it was a fucking accident, or they'll make it look like they planned it. You know, every time they get caught, they planned it, you know. That's the way they fucking roll. They never have to fucking answer for fucking fuck all. Nothing. They can do whatever the fuck they want, shit on whoever they want, and never, ever, ever have to fucking be sorry or be responsible for their own fucking actions, man. It makes me fucking sick. It makes me fucking sick. But it's their fucking soul, not mine. They're completely 100%.
Hey Tim, what's going on? And he leaves. All right, so what do you guys think? That was Flat Earth Vancouver completely expressing himself. Oh, really? Oh my goodness. You're already in the chat. I was talking to Jeremy yesterday, Gem Panda. I was asking him if he would like to attend the UK mixture. It was, it was pretty funny because if he attended, it would have been like he would have been like the most dedicated troll of the flat Earth community, I suppose. I told him to just show up there and pretend like he's a flat earther. I think they're supposed to have some meetings or some picnics. I don't think there's going to be any experiments done, but do some good experiments maybe while they have a team out there. Yeah, it feels like I think a lot of people might agree with me on this one now. It feels like this is like a show, and I had this conversation with Tim Osmond and Jeremy just yesterday about why would people even put themselves out on with the flat Earth topic. And we've come to I think we all three of us kind of came to a consensus that it could be because of fame. So it feels like a show. It could be a show. It probably is a show. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just one show after another, and we just kind of like an offshoot of the whole flat Earth thing. It's like the flat Earth social media. Hey Caleb, what's going on? Bye, Caleb.
Hello, hello.
Hey there, Yvette.
How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. Experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties here, but overall, not too bad. How
Yeah,
about you?
oh, just I was testing the link because I guess Caleb and Vancouver just said they tried joining and they couldn't, or I think it sent them to like a different room. So I thought, so I clicked on it and it worked. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it should be working. I clicked on it and I got in with my other account.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's been doing something goofy, and I remember when we used to have them a few months ago. Sometimes you would click a link and it would just like throw you into a separate room, like a different
Hmm.
call completely. So I'm not sure what that's all about. If it's like a cell phone thing or what.
I think it could be like it could be like a Google Hangout issue maybe.
Probably.
Because sometimes I'll join and immediately I can't speak. Like I'll have to exit out, I come back in again, and then I can speak or
Huh.
hear. Yeah.
Hmm. Nothing should change from session to session though, so I'm not sure. I might have to jump in and check the settings. But I'll stay here. I'm gonna just mute myself.
Okay. You can keep talking, I don't mind. I thought I saw some moon footage from you, maybe? I don't know if that
Yeah,
was you.
yeah, I took a lot of pictures today, during the evening and then again at night.
So,
So,
what's going on?
oh, just moon pics, just checking out my camera.
Yeah, yeah, the P900, eh?
Yeah,
You zoom in real close. Mm-hmm.
as close as I could, and then on the computer you can even zoom in closer, so it's pretty
Oh,
big.
really?
Yeah,
So you first zoom in with the I guess the optical zoom on the
right.
camera, and then you do the digital zoom on the computer.
Right, because I can because the file's so huge that it'll show you like just the picture kind of small-ish, and then you can just keep blowing it up.
Do you have a tripod of some sort for the camera?
I don't yet. I was using the tripod for my telescope,
Mm-hmm.
but it was more of just like to have some balance and to lean it on something. So that kind of worked, but I didn't use it for the nighttime pics, and it made a difference because I could see them kind of blurry, a little bit fuzzier than the ones I took during the day. So I'll definitely be getting one, or using that telescope tripod more often.
Um, when you're zoomed in all the way
Uh huh.
on the moon with the P900, how long can you stay focused on? How long can you keep the moon centered on the camera before it moves away, before
It's
it
so
starts
hard.
moving?
Yeah, it's really hard, isn't it? It's a little easier than trying to keep it centered on my telescope for sure, but it does seem to move a lot. Like, oh, I mean, as far as how long, I mean, like 3 seconds maybe, with
Oh
me
wow.
holding it. Yeah, with me holding it the way I have been. I mean, maybe with the tripod, it'll be able to stay in place.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems that I was thinking people would have because once you zoom in real close, uh, just even small vibrations of the hand, you just kind of get kind of fuzzy pictures if you can't hold
No,
it
it's just
still.
it's hard to keep it in frame for sure.
Uh-huh. Yep, it is. It is, and I guess you're gonna have to get a tripod or something.
Yeah, especially with that kind of zoom, most definitely.
Yeah, and also, can you do time lapse photography on the P900? I think you can, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. I haven't played with it that much yet, but I'm gonna start. Especially once I get a tripod, then I can just set it up somehow. I've never done a time lapse of anything before, so. Oh, I was going to tell you, do you know how to pull people into the call instead of making them click the link? Because if there's anybody in the chat that can't join, if they give you their email address, or if you can look at them through Google Plus, the way you get the link, you can invite people and it'll call them, and they could just join it that way. So like if Vancouver can't get in, you could like probably just add him to the call. In fact, I could probably add him since I'm on the call now. I'm not looking at chat, so I don't know if he's still there. Are you still there, Healthy? Did I lose you?
Yeah, my net's really screwed today.
Yeah, that sucks.
Some sort of storm coming in. I think that's what's messing with the connection.
Oh, is
But
that what?
I'm glad that the Hangout didn't, I didn't have to start a new Hangout yet. I think there might be like a grace period of some sort of like, maybe
Yeah,
a
yeah.
couple
There's like,
minutes.
I think it's like 5 or 10 minutes, maybe even 15, but not much longer than that. It's a very small window because I've been kicked out. I've had to like reboot and join, and it was like just a second too late. And even while I was on the call, it just ended.
Okay, so just now when my net dropped, did the did FE public access drop?
It said it was still live, and but it looked like I was the only one in here.
Oh, okay,
So
so maybe it was you that saved it.
um, it, yeah, because if there was nobody else in here, it would have just hung up probably. So it held on to it. Yay me! Just kidding.
Yeah, yay. I'm glad.
Well, we can always start him over. It's been nothing but dead air anyway.
Yeah, it is. It's like, that time of the night, when people are sleeping. And we also have another chat going, another Flat Earth chat going. I think Chris Rock has a live hangout out right now, so maybe a lot of people are over there.
Oh, probably. But it's also Monday. So probably going back to work after a long
That's true.
weekend.
That is true. Monday
Oh,
the
what makes
13th.
me Flat Earthers don't work.
No, I think there's just some people that might have some job issues, but I think most everybody works in the Flat Earth community. That's just my personal way of thinking. Let's see. Vancouver wants to. I don't know if he wants to talk to us or if he's. I'm not understanding him. So here's the link, Vancouver.
Well, I'm also adding him.
Yeah, add him. Yeah, that will probably be best. If he could find him and add him.
Well, I added his email, so if you can just find the chat window and then just join the call. There he is. Creepy icon.
Master David John says, "Fuck work. It's for fools and horses." You are
I agree.
correct, my friend. You are correct. That's why I work for myself. I am the fool and the horse.
Hmm.
So let's see what's going on. We have never mind. So I was just about to read this article about intuitive thinking or the flaws of intuitive thinking.
Go ahead.
I was just about to read this article on the flaws of intuitive thinking. What's up, Teddy? Oh, that's Vancouver.
Oops, sorry. I was replying. You can turn off notifications or mute them, and that way your phone's not blowing up.
What do you want me to do?
Turn off your notifications or like turn the volume down, or your phone's gonna keep vibrating every time someone sends you something.
Yeah, okay.
If you want, I mean,
That's what you mean.
yeah.
Fuck, you know what? I don't even know how to turn off my notifications. So you guys are just gonna have to listen to how busy I am.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are just gonna have to listen to how busy I am. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to jump in here, make sure everything was working, and I guess.
Nice to finally be on a show that I don't think I'm gonna get kicked off of.
Yeah, no, we're not big on that. You have to be like some serious infraction to get kicked off, like not letting other people talk and just like hogging the whole show kind of thing.
Oh,
Filibustering and that kind of shit.
I wouldn't go against you guys. You guys know that.
Well, people get excited, I gotta spank them a little sometimes, but we're not big on the banning.
No. Fuck, it's
Yeah.
nice to finally meet up with you anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I know. I think well, I had sent you an email after I saw which is about your brother. So I'm really sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, thanks, man. Fucking yeah, that was a pretty crazy month for me, I tell you that. I never had a fucking kick in the head like that in my life.
I never have either. I can't even imagine. It terrifies me, honestly.
25 drug overdose.
Oh man.
Fuck, man. 10 years younger than me. Yep. Fucking pills, eh?
Fucking pills. God damn it.
Well, that's the thing. When these kids go to school, they think that these pills are fucking because they got cool names like Percocets and Dilaudid and you know what I mean. They got cool names, but if they actually called them what they were, like heroin, you know, maybe kids wouldn't be so fucking prone to want to take them, right? But they got cool names, so when you're a young teenager, it seems cool, right? But you don't realize that you're hooked on that shit for life, right? So.
Hey, Vancouver.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's very good to finally talk to you.
Yeah, you too, man. I've seen you so much in chat, so much, man. I've given you a lot of shout-outs too.
Yeah, you have. Thank you for that. And I apologize today. My net is not working perfectly, so I might be cutting in and out a little bit. But please continue with the story with the Ritalin and the Valiums and all the cool names that these drugs have that are given to children. It's a crime.
It's true, man. It's high schools, right? Like it's I don't know. I can't really explain it because you know, for a few years now, my brother's been going through that, and it's something that I've researched a lot, but
Hmm.
I really don't know what he's going through because I only smoke weed. That's all I ever done in my life. I've never done a line of fucking coke or anything. I've done acid, I've done shrooms and shit like that, you know, but I honestly don't know what it's like to be fucking addicted to something, you know, so I can only read about it. So he was supposed to come out here on the first of the month, and he called me 2 days before, 3 days before he died, and said that he was coming out here. He was going to work for my dad for a couple weeks and put some money away, and he was coming out here. And fucking sure as shit, 2 days later, man, I got the call from my mother and my sister. So that's the way that fucking story panned out. My sister, well, she's 23, and she's just fucking a mess, man. She's taking it real rough. She's got 2 kids of her own. My brother never even had no kids. So,
Yeah. I mean, just God, yeah. I mean, I only have one older brother, and I mean, I have a huge, huge family, just cousins and everything, and I've nobody's ever died in my family. Just my grandfather and my grandmother. We've got like remarkable luck, I guess. My brother, he almost died 2 years ago in a motorcycle accident. He's 3 years older than me, but he's just
uh,
so messed up now. Like everything, you know. I'm just so glad he didn't die. But it's
yeah,
an eye opener, you know, and
you
it
know,
kind of
it, it's
trip
really
out.
sad because you always expect, I mean, every family has deaths, you know. You always expect that, but you never really expect your brothers or your sisters. At least I haven't. I mean, I've thought about it multiple times about my parents dying, and you know, I just know that day's gonna come. My grandparents have already all been deceased, so I just know that day's gonna come. You know, with my parents one day. You know, I hope it's a long time from now, but it will come. But I always imagined when it did come that I'd still have my brother and my sister, right? And, you
Right,
know,
you don't expect the younger
now it's
ones.
just me, right? It's like I didn't expect that whatsoever. That was the biggest blow to my life I ever had. You know.
Yeah. Oh
But I'm
boy.
back on YouTube now, and I'm fucking still swinging. Still got this new
Right,
clinic.
we were talking about that when you kind of disappeared. All that drama had gone down with me, which is still kind of funny and having its repercussions, but it's become humorous to say the least. And I don't know, this channel came out of it, and it was kind of a rough start because people wanted to come at me, you know, and believe the hype and the lies, and it's kind of I just talk real, and I'm like, like let's follow this thought all the way through. Like,
I
why
find
would
it
I be
so
infiltrating? Like, I'm the
real.
only one bringing people together. I'm not keeping truths from you. I'm not making you, stay put and not ask questions. I'm not, you know what I mean? And so we've got this forum going, and people have been talking, and they call it the troll den, and so people come in here wanting to fight, but then I'm like, no, like you're not going to come in here and abuse us, like come in here with
Yeah,
an argument, use your brain and your words.
yeah.
And it's been like getting smoothed out, it seems to be getting better, and people are participating more. I think people are getting the gist, like of what this channel is supposed to be about, and I think that's really good.
Well, I think all of these hangouts are important, and they all got to have their own like goal. You know, like when you have a channel, I find you got to kind of set a goal of what you want to accomplish out of that channel, right?
Absolutely.
You got to try to make your channel different from every other channel because most of them other channels are all the same. When I say channel, I don't mean Google Hangouts because Google Hangouts are different than these media shows that they're playing for us because that's all it is. I mean, they're reading from a script, you know what I mean? They're not talking their brains like we are right now, right? Like
Right.
they're
Yeah, and
saying
so
what
good
they're
thing comes out.
Yeah,
exactly.
definitely. This is completely unscripted. We all
Yeah,
just talk and whatever we want to say. It's and whoever wants to say anything, they're always welcome. So that's a unique aspect of this channel hangout or whatever. Anybody can come and say their piece.
for sure. For sure. And that's what makes you guys different, right? You know, so I believe a lot of channels is important, and they all have their own little goals, you know. And that's like me. I'm in the process now of making my own channel, not my own, me and another couple other guys, and that's what we're trying to do, is set our channel apart from every other channel, a complete different channel. One,
Yeah, and they
again,
should be,
free
for sure.
speech,
Yep.
but really no debates. When I say no debates, no debates. It's strategy of how to move Flat Earth further and take it off of YouTube and take it to the streets, because that's where it's at for us. And that's what the big five, that's what they don't want. Because as soon as we go to the streets, no one watches the big five anymore. And I believe somebody with 200 subscribers can do more than them with 40,000 subscribers if you got a strategy.
Right, for sure. I mean, that's what we came to, that same conclusion, that if, you know, the whole flat earth psyop, I mean, it definitely keeps people indoors, it keeps them pegged to the computer, it keeps them fighting with each other. And so there's never any advancement, any growth, there's never any, you know, investigation or paying attention to, like, say, the news or the elections or 9/11 anymore. You know, there's no time to watch any other videos. So, you know, it's like, let's fill the airwaves with these ones. And on the one hand, I realize we're also doing that, but on the other, we're allowing the arguments to reach a fruition, you know, like where there can be an agreement actually, and sometimes magic happens.
Hey, there's
And
always got to be debates. As much as I'm not a debater, I still like people to have a debate, because not everybody's in the same level. Even if you're a flat earther, a non-flat earther, a glober, just a skeptic, whatever, right? Everybody got questions, but not only do everybody have questions, but everybody's at a different level. Some people, they've been in this for 6 months. Some people's been in it for a year and a half. You know what I mean? Everybody's at a different level, right? And as far as them creating division amongst us all, I completely believe that. But
yeah,
there's even without them creating the division, there still will always be division, because we're all different and we all think different, right? So I mean, and we've all know that we've been fooled so fucking much now that we don't know what to believe or who to trust. And they
well,
pretty
believe
much
me, yeah, that in itself has sprung its own interesting weird paranoia and skittishness. And it's like, deny everything, even the person you're talking to is not the person
pretty
you're talking
much.
to. No,
It
that's
is.
exactly what's been happening to me. Like, it's kind of bizarre to witness, but it's like you can't even challenge or question somebody, because then they think you're being rude, you're not being the same, so you must be someone else. And
Or
instead
they
of
don't
looking
want
at
to trust.
themselves, yeah, so, you know, it's like, instead of looking at themselves, like, well, what did I do? No, I must not be who I am, and I must just be a troll. Okay,
Well,
yeah,
if you
let's
don't
go with
show
that one.
if you don't show your face or tell your real name, you're a coward, you're a troll, right? And real flat earthers shouldn't talk to those people. Like, they make it like a cult, you know, they really do. I mean,
No, it is.
they're creating that, like, straight
It,
up.
it's
But to
deeper.
me,
There's, yeah,
I believe the earth is just not what they're telling us, the government. And really, I believe with all the fucking crap going on, we're forgetting about what we came here for. We came here to find out the actual shape of the earth, but yet they scatter us with Mandela effect and the ether and a bunch of fucking bullshit that really doesn't matter. The question is, what shape is the earth? You know, to me, that's my question. That's all I
right.
want to find out. I don't give a fuck about the universe or the moon or the sun or the stars or how the fuck it works. I really don't give a shit. I want to know what I'm living on. That's all that matters to me. You know,
Right. What
that's the reason why I'm here.
for me, what gets me is the questions that people don't get to ask. You know, and sorry, I got distracted. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. My cat goes ape shit and she starts wrecking my plants.
I got
She
one
just
too.
distracts me. Yeah.
They they say that when you're a flat earther and you got a cat, that means you're in a cult too. I just happen to have a cat too, so I guess I am in the fucking cult.
Well, I have a cult checklist, and having a cat isn't on it, so I think we're okay.
I only heard that tonight in the comment section.
Nah, somebody who just wants to like start grouping people and finding, similarities so that they can like squish like puzzle pieces together that don't fit. It's like, okay, well, yeah, I'm a woman in my 40s. I probably have a cat. I've had cats my whole entire life. So somebody else who has cats, it's not really.
Me too,
Uh,
but I just find they're easy to take care of, better than a dog. Dog, you might as well have kids, right?
right. No, they are like kids, and then when you lose them, I mean, that's probably the most heartbreak I've ever had in my entire life is losing my dog. I'm still
Hey,
trying to find.
Vancouver, I was wondering if I could ask you a quick question.
Shoot.
So I do like the approach that you're taking, which seems to be like more on the realistic scale. You want to introduce flat Earth to the average man, to the people outside, to people out in the street. So my question to you is that if you were to expose these people to flat Earth, where would information about the flat Earth? Wouldn't they just end up on YouTube and looking at the top fives and their videos?
Well, I don't put them on my flyers anymore. I got enough channels that people got enough stuff of theirs even mirrored of our proofs and clues and some of the best videos. So no, I definitely wouldn't send them to there. And anybody that I talk to personally, I directly tell them not to go there. I tell them to go there and laugh at them. But I believe that they are the biggest disgrace of the flat earth. I mean, they are the embarrassment, not us. They call us trolls because we got more than one account, because we don't want to show our names, and we're trolls, but they're the real trolls.
Yeah, I see
They
what
just
you're
hide
saying.
behind a fake name, right? So no, I definitely wouldn't send, nor would I recommend anybody to watch their shit. But even for my subscribers, I don't encourage them not to watch them, because I don't. I encourage them to, if they're gonna watch them, to watch them with an open brain. I mean, these people think that they're awake, but they're not awake when they're watching those shows. I mean, every morning they get up, they're hitting the fucking snooze button. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And they think they're awake. Like it's free speaking, man. Free thinking. Think for yourself. That's what I encourage people, right? Don't take my word for anything. I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am. There's enough things that I've convinced myself of them that I'm 100%. I know they are fake and phonies and paid, and whether people believe me or not, that's up to them.
Actually, their actions would probably speak louder than your words, and I'm pretty sure if people can think for themselves, and they are free thinkers out there, I'm sure they'll come to similar conclusions as as we tend to have come to. So I think it's up to the viewer to decide, and as the thing progresses further out, I think a lot of people are becoming aware of these little cliques, and the Patricia clique or the Jaron clique or the Jeff Stewart clique. I mean, most everybody here has been outcast from all of them, I guess. So I know exactly what you feel, and I know exactly what you mean.
I still have Chris from Flat Earth Reality. I used to watch him because it was like a religious station, but I literally can't watch him anymore. I mean, I drop by every now and again to talk to the people in chat. There's Dave and people in there that I got respect for. But with Chris, I just find, man, truthfully, it all left, and it really has, for me, it has nothing to do with Jeff Stewart. I have my own opinions of Jeff Stewart, which are pretty much the same as all of you guys. But I'm not attacking him just yet. But I will say one thing about Chris. He's so tight with Patricia that I just can't respect him anymore. I can't watch him anymore. I just can't. because he so sticks up for her. Like I have no idea why.
I actually don't know why either. I mean, if you think about it, Patricia is one of these so-called leading flat earthers. However, she's not interested in doing experiments. She's not interested in proving the flat Earth. She's only interested in making a show, talking about cats, I suppose, and other things that are not of interest to me, I guess. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's to me it's just reality TV, man. That's all it is. You know, it's not real, man. I'd rather watch somebody's video that don't show their name, don't show their face, even a dark video, but speak in their mind, speak in their thoughts. And if they can rant on for 20 minutes or a half an hour and not read from something, that's their brain, man. That's what that person is thinking, right? And these shows, it's not what they're thinking, it's what they're told to say. It's what
Exactly.
they're told to bring up. And
Right, it is scripted. It's oftentimes it's scripted. You can see that they're reading from a script, and they'll even show you the script. Like, oh, look at the script. It's time to do this. Uh, but you know what? What's curious to me is that there's been a couple of flat Earth meetups. You know, these the Seattle meetup, and then there was, I think another one was in, I don't know, like Dallas or something. It's in the U.S.
yeah.
And then now they have the UK meetup. And you know, my whole thing about this is that you guys all come together in a unified manner or whatever. So let's do some experiments. Let's launch something up. Let's measure the curvature or something. You know, I think the mixers are fun. It's good get together, but I would like to see that there would be some sort of positive output to come from that. Without, I mean, besides just a gathering. Do you think I'm kind of overanalyzing this?
Absolutely not. I think that their little mixers, to be honest with you, are not for us. It's their little party. It has nothing to do with us. There's only a certain amount of people that that they actually invite. They make it look like everybody's invited, but they are. That's why they set them in designated areas so that certain people don't end up showing up. That's why they do that. I mean, why else would you fly the fuck across the country to go to a flat Earth meeting? I can't explain that. And here I am, here in Vancouver, full of piss and vinegar, ready to hit the fucking streets. And we got that little bitch, Orphan Red, who says she's from Vancouver, but yet wouldn't go and meet Hitchin for Truth. And these guys are backpacking across Canada. And fucking she wouldn't meet up with them. So I mean, you'll go to another country to raise flat Earth awareness, but you won't do nothing in your own fucking country, in your own city. It makes no fucking sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of hitching for truth, can you tell us what happened? I mean, I know they were visiting you guys, or maybe visited you personally. So what happened? What's their goal? What are they trying to do, really?
Well, they're definitely 100% flat earthers. They believe the Earth is flat and it is not a ball. That I can guarantee you. Another thing, they were both hardcore atheists at one time. Well, their whole life. That's what they were. And since the flat Earth, they've actually found God, and I think that they're more looking for they're more looking for answers basically about religion than they don't really care. They care about flat Earth, but they care more now, I believe, about their souls, where they were atheists.
Kind of like in my pursuit of or the truth, you know, it's kind of like I'm sometimes looking for the signs of creation, and I often like point to things, certain patterns in nature that repeat themselves, or certain anomalies that happens, and I kind of try to attribute that to creation, like there being a creator who did all this. So I think I do understand like their search for I guess the truth, or an existing a creator being present. I guess that would be like a really nice cause to put myself under.
Well, they're looking at a lot of questions in the Book of Genesis. They're going to a lot of churches to get a lot of different priests and reverends and whatever's point of view of the Book of Genesis and the Bible. And I agree. I totally agree with what they're doing. They're definitely truthers. I definitely believe that 100%. You know what I mean? They're not like. But in the end, no matter which way any of us look at it, we're only really responsible for ourselves. You know what I mean? Like we can, it doesn't really matter how many people we turn to flat earth or wake up or turn against the government or whatever we do. We're only responsible for ourselves, right? We can only better ourselves. So I totally see their point. Whatever this movement means to people, it means different things to other people, right?
Yeah, most definitely. It definitely means different things to different people. And I guess for me, I would say that it helps to raise awareness of everything that's happening around us. And it's probably like the big thing for me is all the media fakery and the government fakery. So those are, and of course the banks. Those are the top three that I like to point to people who are kind of like waking up. So alongside flat Earth sometimes.
See, I've been stuck in this conspiracy shit since Tupac. And to be honest with you, I've been stuck on flat Earth now for 14 months. And I've yet to think about anything that has led me to flat Earth, And I think I'm kind of missing out on the bigger picture because I used to study a lot about the New World Order and depopulation and FEMA camps and guillotines and and those are the things that led me to flat Earth, that led me to look into flat Earth even, to even click on a video. And it's almost like flat Earth has taken my brain somewhere else, man. And it's almost like the flat Earth is here. But it's like the New World Order is going to ride right over top of us because we're just debating and arguing about nothing, really. Not about nothing, but none of the debates or arguments are going anywhere because it doesn't change anything. I've yet to see one debate where it actually changes anything. Like, that John LeBon and Antonio Subaretz. I mean, they delayed that for so long and put it off and advertised for so long about this debate. And I have to say straight up, and I'm a flat earther, everybody knows that, but Antonio lost that debate, hands down. And his little partner in crime there, his gang-related partner, and Nathan, he didn't even jump in and try to help him or anything. It was almost like he just gave up. But I have to admit, being a flat earther, I was sitting there rooting for John LeBon because I believe one debate doesn't matter. It doesn't prove shit.
Right. Well, and when there's no opposition, there's nothing ever accomplished. And if everyone's just circle jerking and we're always right, we're never wrong, well, you're never going to learn anything then. You're never going to learn anything at all about anything. If you're always right, then fucking just kill yourself right here because, what's the point? You know it all. What's the point of living? To me, living's about learning, right? It's about learning every single day.
Well, I believe that our ability to learn, I don't know how much land there is, but the ability to learn and knowledge, that's infinite. It's infinite, man. You can never stop learning. You may not learn everything right, but there's an infinite amount of information out there that you can absorb.
Right.
But you got to get all the fucking the fake shit out of your head that that we've been believing for years and years and years.
It definitely clogs up the system, and it helps to encounter different people because you might be exposed to stuff that you never even knew existed or that you were talented in or that you were interested in. Allowing like that to happen exposes you to these things, and then I don't know, I can say magic happens, like, but if you stop all that, you're never going to get there.
It's like you can learn a lot from certain things, for myself anyway. Maybe I've taught some other people stuff, I don't know. But the time I come out with all that shit about Patricia, those 4 videos, before I played those 4 videos, I thought I had a trick up my sleeve. I really did, because I thought my trick was to go and talk to the vaccine boy, Eric DeBay, because he supposedly hates them. That's what he tells us anyway. And I thought for sure that he would play those videos in front of those 40,000 subscribers. So I wasn't rude to him or anything. I don't like the guy, but I was not rude to him in a comment. And I asked him, like, if these videos are any good at all. I said, would you be willing to play these videos? Like, that might get them right out of the fucking way. Like, we can maybe expose the flat earth. And he fucking deleted my comments. And right there, whether other people believe that or not, I don't give a fuck. I convinced my mind that he really doesn't hate them, because I mean, you could go to my fucking any one of my videos that's open chat down at the bottom comments. You could write whatever the fuck you want about her. That'd be like me going to your comment section, Yvette, and writing something bad about Jeff and you deleting it. Does that make any sense to you?
Nope, I would leave that shit right there. I'd put it at the top comment.
That's what convinced me right there about Eric DeBay. So, I mean, I just say with Eric DeBay, no further questions, Your Honor, because I don't need to know anymore. Whether people believe it or not, I don't care. The same messages, I screenshotted them and uploaded them. So, I mean, they're there for everybody to see. Whether they believe it or not, I really don't give a fuck. I'm not following these, so...
You know, the Patricia Steer show or the Mark Sargent shows, even though they don't, I think like it still promotes Eric's. They kind of still promote Eric's work. So I think maybe that's why he doesn't go against them.
Maybe, but I still don't see it though. I still don't. If he acts like how he acts, like he wants them out of the way, and he's the founder of Flat Earth, like he's fighting for, and it just makes no sense to me why he wouldn't play that. I really don't know. I can't explain it. And I even offered him to play it instead of me, but he just deleted my comments. He didn't even respond back. He didn't nothing. I mean, do you know how much of his fucking videos and how much time I wasted dedicated looking at his videos? I mean, I watched them all. I'm guilty of it. He couldn't give me 500. He couldn't even respond and say no. You know what I mean? Fuck him. And they're all the same way. None of them are going to do anything for us. It wouldn't matter what we prove. They're not going to promote us. They got their own agenda. So it wouldn't matter if we could actually prove the Earth was flat or a fucking ball. It wouldn't matter. None of them are going to promote it. And where's this going on YouTube?
Exactly. And then that whole thing with the vaccines, like, you'd think he would want to push for more awareness on that. Like, that would be what his goal would be, not flat Earth. You know, because didn't he get money from being like a vaccine harm victim or something? And that's when he got like a settlement.
$100,000 or something.
I mean, wouldn't you use that money to like then fight for awareness, like for vaccines, not like just be like, okay, I'm gonna put all my money in the flat Earth now and move to Thailand. I don't know, it just seems weird, don't you?
They're all making money off flat Earth. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, some of them are making more than others, but I mean, Mark's got a book. He said in one of his videos he's making a fucking movie.
It's funny you mentioned that, because in one of his interviews, I believe the interview was with Humana Story, and it's about Mark Sargent's life basically, and in it he clearly states that he wants a show. He wants to be a radio host or some sort of host, and if somebody pays him, he's gonna do that, and it just kind of becomes pretty clear that he's in it for other things, not just the truth.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, they're paid. There's no doubt in my mind. Some of them are paid more than others. But then we got to ask ourselves, if these 5 people who we believe are controlling this whole situation, they're too fucking dumb for that. There's got to be, if these fucking 5 people are in on it, there got to be 100 people that are working for them. That's what I believe. To control the comments. Think about it. I got 200 subscribers. There's not a fucking an hour in the day that I feel that I'm ahead of schedule. I'm always behind. I can't keep up to 200 subscribers. I'm going fucking crazy, literally. I'm the only one that ever tells my subscribers every 5th video to fuck off because I don't care. I ain't in it for subs. And these fucking guys with 40,000 subscribers, how in the fuck can they do that? Like, I have no fucking idea. And they leave their comment section open. I mean, that's why I got to close my comments. I upload so many videos that after a while, when I upload a bad one, I just get trolled on them all. As soon as I go to sleep, they know my time zone. They'll just fucking Project Potatoes takes over. And then they say, well, why does he close his comments? Well, fuck, I believe in free speech, but I can't leave it open. There's only one of me.
Yeah, I just don't even think that they pay attention to their comments for a lot of them. I mean, like Mark Sargent's kind of notorious for being known for not ever like really responding to comments or interacting with anybody. He doesn't get to know anybody, so it's kind of amazing that he even got to know a few people. But of course they had their own radio shows too. So it's all about networking and stuff. And you can definitely see the agenda because I mean, if he cared about the community, which he doesn't, he would interact with people and get to know them. There's a lot of people that have been out there. You probably never talked to him once, and I think even like Ace, I think he's tried calling and he's like maybe emailed him. Never even acknowledged him.
Yeah,
Can't even answer a question.
Well, all the videos that I've uploaded, I'll tell you this right now. I have heard from Patricia on, I think, one comment before I started making videos about her, and her words were, so many flat Canadians. That's all she said. And then another time on another video, I commented, and she said, I don't think BC gets it. Whatever the fuck she meant by that. And Mark Sargent commented one time to me. Other than that, 3 comments from them all. They just send Antonio and Nathan and the rest of the clan, Tinfoil Hatter and all them over to troll me. You know what I mean? That's what they do. They don't fight their own battles because they got people paid to do it. It's like Nathan Oakley when I released that dildo video. He made a video the same day and said that he baited the trolls, meaning me, and I took the bait. Well, I'll have everybody know that I did not get that video from Nathan Oakley, and he said that he decided to make that video because it would be good publicity for him, because it was good publicity for Mark and Sasha, but it wasn't really Patricia's style, but he didn't care. He's not Patricia, he said, so he's going to make, he made that video for the troll, meaning me. Well, you can take a look at that video, and yeah, Paula's not pregnant in that video, so she's like 8 to 9 months pregnant right now, ready to have a baby. And if he made that video for me, when did he make it? I mean, because I didn't get that from him. I'm not going to say where I got it, but I emailed, not emailed him, because I'm blocked. I can't even leave a comment on his fucking channel. So I found his wife Paula on YouTube and subscribed to her and left comments in there. And I told him exactly before I released it what video I had. I said, you're being a fucking, pardon my French, I said, you are being a fucking cunt. I said, I want you to take every single one of your rude, disgusting, filthy comments down, and I won't upload this video. You don't want me to upload it. I said, it has dildos, whips, and handcuffs in it. You know what I'm talking about. And if you want me to upload it, leave your fucking comments up. If you don't, take the fucking comments down. And his words were to me, bring it on. So I fucking brung it on. I brung it on. So that's the way that went. He could have saved that, but he he chose not to. You know, I think he thought that I wasn't going to play it or something. I don't know. So that's why he put that video out, like he said in that video. He's a fucking liar. Like he said, I put that out there to bait the trolls. Well, no, he didn't put that out there to bait the trolls. He just knew by that time that I had it. So he
Well,
had
it's
no choice
yeah.
but to tell
It
his
reminds me of
subscribers.
that. It reminds me of that orphan, the Orphan Red Mark Sargent video. It's like, oh well, a troll got their hands on this, so I'm just gonna put it out to get ahead of them. And it was like, nobody put this out, and nobody's even talked about it except for you. Like you're the only one talking about it everywhere, going on other
Think
people's
about
shows, defending your position, and it's like, you know what? Either own it or shut up, because it's like, you know
yeah.
what I mean? Like,
Well,
it was so contrived. It was so contrived. And, like, anybody who believed that, her story, like, I think is naive. Because she even said, that she was starting to get less attention and she didn't like that, she was, like, on the second page of search results. And, she was just complaining about not getting, like, the right attention, and how
I
other
can't.
people were drowning
I
her out.
cannot stand that girl. I swear to God, I cannot stand her. I can't even listen to her voice. Her laugh, it just drives me fucking crazy, insane. Worse than Nathan Oakley's voice.
Yeah, it's very actor-ish. I knew a lot of people in college who were in their little troops, the thespians, and I swear to God, they all act alike. And the same kind of mannerisms, the same kind of little laughs and head tilts, and, the look into the sky. And I'm just like, this is all an act, and if it's not, her mannerisms are very learned and controlled. Like,
Yeah.
and this is the way I'm gonna
It's
look
like
really cute, and it's
they
not
get,
normal. It's not a natural. They're not natural mannerisms, like
and she's
people.
not really cute either.
Right, but it's cutesy and whatever.
Yeah, Orphan Red is definitely a character she plays on YouTube.
Most certainly. Most certainly. I
The
just
thing
find
is,
it
like,
funny
and,
how
yeah,
they had to release it because a troll was going to release it. I mean, I don't know. I watched that video, and there was only 3 people in that room. So who was the troll? That's what I'm wondering. If there was a troll that was going to release it, who was that troll? And then they come out and said after that, after we asked those questions, well, who was going to release it if 3 people? Then they come out with the story that Mark had it under private and he went to someone else's site, watched his own video on someone else's site and liked it, and that's how. Well, here's a guy who has done nothing in his life except for make video games. Myself personally, I don't know a fucking thing about computers, but I'm pretty sure he does. And for him to make a fuck up like that don't make sense to me.
right. No, exactly. It's all these things that just are so. Again, they're contrived.
Unless unless you wanted that out, that don't make sense to me. It just don't, like, and it never will.
Well, I've always
Well,
gotten this. Sorry, I just wanted to go on this like last point. The whole like role playing bit, or like playing a character. I mean, I guess I get it. Like it's like a mask, because maybe they're not confident enough to just be themselves. But like, why a ditzy girl? It's like, and it's obvious. Like, I've heard her kind of lapse. Like when you get her to talk long enough, like on Jonathan's show, after like 45 minutes, like finally, like a normal person came out, like that had really intelligent things to say, and just without giggling every 2 seconds. And it's just kind of, there's not a lot of smart women out there that like can support each other. It's like, oh, I had kids when I was young and whatever, and I don't know, like I would rather have more airtime given to self-confident people, men or women, but like not just get in the kitchen kind of thing, but you know what I mean. But not, at the same time, not like all super femtard bullshit, because I'm not into that either. Just normal, smart, normal people,
One thing I've never called anybody on YouTube is stupid. There's only one person, and that's Patricia. The rest of them people, I think they're smart. I think they're just fucking playing us. Like that's, or they think they're playing us, because they're not playing us all. But there's a lot of them still fooling. And
internet famous.
Any of them are stupid. I think they downplay, but I don't think they're stupid.
Right, I don't either. But I hate that stereotype. You know, it's like if you're gonna play a character, why don't you play like a detective? You know, with lab coat and glasses. I don't know, something else. I don't.
Well,
That's
they
just
play
me though.
dress up. They do play
They
dress
do,
up.
don't
They
they?
wear cowboy hats and oh fuck it. It just gets it's. I'm actually glad that they did separate because that was the stupidest show like period ever. Like even Mark on that show was stupid. Like he just went along with it. Like went with the flow. Like you could
Yeah, and
just
did he
see
always look like he couldn't wait to get out of there? Like he was just trapped there like a deer in headlights?
for that hour. Like he would be like, come on, let's just get this over with. You know, like and now I heard that Patricia and Antonio are a kind of a thing now.
Yeah, that's just weird in itself, honestly.
Well, it's
But
they
okay.
need to keep topping the last mixer, right? And that's how they do it. You know, that's how
Yeah,
they
exactly.
they need
Yeah,
some interesting, something, you know, like it's like
something more to
American
talk
Idol
about.
or one of them shows, man. I really don't know. It's like a Survivor show or fucking
It's
something.
the
You know,
Truman Show. Keep everybody plugged in, you know? It's the fucking Truman
it's
Show.
just what it is. It's exactly like that. And it
Hmm.
fucking freaks me out because so many people follow them like little fucking puppy dogs, and it's like,
I know. That's what I'm tripping out on. I was saying that last month.
you guys are fucking brains. I'd rule the world. It's like fuck. And they think, you
Exactly.
know,
Fuck. Like, how much worse do they have to treat you?
how can people not believe in space, not believe in NASA, not believe in the ball, think the government's all gonna fucking kill us and everything else? But Project Potatoes is fucking good. How the fuck do they? Where's their brains?
I don't know. They're just interested in the social aspect, too. I keep calling everybody NPCs. You know, the non-playing characters in role-playing games. It's like they're just on autopilot, and you have no control over them, and they have no control over themselves. They just have to go wherever the action is and be the scenery. And that's how I feel it is. I honestly do. I honestly do, because the behavior I've seen is just so bizarre. Like, I caused a major malfunction a couple days ago, and I was just like, wow, what the fuck is going on? Tripping it out, like, major.
We got to do because the people like us with the biggest fucking mouths, they got us all blocked. So there's only so much of us, but we need to just troll their fucking shows, man. Like we need to go in there one day with like 1,000 fucking people, like just fucking troll the shit right out of it, man. Like every time they got a show. I mean, eventually, yeah, they'll have us all fucking blocked, but who cares? We're blocked anyway. For the people that are already blocked, what the fuck do we got to lose? Nothing. I mean, just fucking troll them straight out that they gotta shut the fucking Google Hangout down because there's so many people in there fucking screaming at them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I troll them by making them irrelevant. Like, I just don't even check to see who's on, you know? Like, oh, is there another show? And I want there to be shows, but I don't want it to consume me, you know? Like, I don't need to know what's coming out on every channel on TV. I just pick one and watch it, right? I don't need to know what's coming out on the other channel. So that's how I feel like I troll them. They're like not even part of my daily vocabulary anymore, you know? I'm just like, oh, okay. And that's for all of them, pretty much, you know?
When I first come on YouTube, I thought that the worst thing you could be called was a troll and a shill. Well, I've already been called a fucking troll. I'm called a troll all the time. Every time them Project Potatoes talk to me, I'm called a troll. So at first, I have to admit, it kind of hit me like, man, why are you guys calling me a troll? Like, how can I be a troll? But then I had to come to my own conclusions and say, you know what? Fuck it. I am a troll, but I'm not a paid troll. So that's the difference. That's what separates me from them other trolls. I don't get fucking paid for what I do.
But there aren't any paid trolls. Like, I just don't believe that at all. They just,
I don't know,
really...
man. Some of these people that stick up for Project Potatoes and they work 18 fucking hours a day doing it, I don't
So you
know.
think that's a troll? The people that stick up for them? That's like the opposite of a troll.
No, I don't think that they're trolls. They're trolls to me. They're trolls to me.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? To me,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are trolls because I'm not a real troll. So
Oh,
to
well,
me,
yeah, anybody who's a dissenter, if you have a question, you're seen as dissenting, and they can't have that. They can't even have
they
you
don't.
thinking in your own model because you're a dissenter. They don't want individualists. They want a collective. They want flat earthers to be a thing that's united. And I'm
And
for unity, but you can be
represent them.
unity and an individual at the same time. I can believe whatever the fuck I want, and you can believe whatever the fuck you want. I'll call myself a flat earther if maybe not anymore. But you know what I mean? Like, it's the thing about asking questions. It's like, I think the most important question to ask is there anything that you could hear that will convince you of a globe, and would you just go back to it? And I think if people
Yes.
were honest with themselves, they would just say
Yeah.
that you could tell me nothing that would convince me because that's the truth. And if that's the truth, then they need to be
There's
scheduled as
nothing
religion.
that could go back to the ball.
I'm sorry?
Did you say that there is nothing that could convince you to go back to the ball?
Well, I'm saying them. By them, I'm saying the zealots for flat Earth. The ones that like to argue with trolls but don't ever listen. And I like asking questions, but
Me
I'm
too.
very concerned. It's like I don't think there's anything that would make them ever believe that. Even if they were presented with evidence, truth, facts, verified, credible, they would still say no. And to
Well, no,
me, that's an
because
important point because that's where the conversation ends. You know what I
exactly,
mean?
exactly. Because
It ends right there.
even though I'm a flat earther, I hate that name, by the way, flat earther. I think it's so fucking stupid. I mean, the Earth is flat. That's the way I look at it. I don't have to be called a flat earther. I mean, you have to be called a flat earther because there's almost like racism going on in the chat. If you're not a flat earther, and you go in there without the title in your name, they're like, well, who are you? What are you? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
You
like,
must
what
be a fundamentalist, homeschooled, weirdo kid. Right.
difference does it make? I got questions. You want to fucking answer them or don't you? Like, what's the difference? You know what I mean? It shouldn't matter to me because I got lots of friends on YouTube that are not flat earthers, but they want the truth. You know what I mean? And to me, it doesn't matter what you believe in. But I am open-minded, even though I am a flat earther. If the NASA or the government or somebody could prove to me that it was a ball, I'd go back. But I've yet to see it. So this is where I stand, and this is where I'm going to stand. And if NASA come out tomorrow and said, okay, we lied to you for whatever reason, you guys are all fucking crazy. The Earth is not flat. It's a ball. You're right. It doesn't spin. It's just 100 or 1,000 times bigger than we told you as it was, and there's more land, and that's why you dummies don't see the curve. Well, I'd have to fucking think. Like I'm open-minded. I am. I'm looking for proof either way. I'm not just a flat earther that don't want the ball to be proved. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. And just to go back on what you were talking about, this Antonio character, I completely feel like he's a troll. I completely feel like Antonio is a troll because he gives out such ridiculously false information that all you have to do is just go outside and look up into the stars and see which way they're turning, and that's it. You're convinced that he's a liar, or he's a troll, or he's just making fun of you. It's either way. And thinking about the debate between Antonio and JLB, I just felt like they weren't on even terms. I mean, it felt like JLB was a lot more intelligent than what Antonio was, and what Antonio presented in the debate was minuscule. It seemed like he spent maybe an hour or so getting ready for it, and he didn't present. I mean, even if I was a flat earther, I would have presented way more information, way more evidences, things that JLB would have wanted to look at, things that would have, tangible things. So I felt like he was so unprepared for that. And yeah,
Before
he's a
that
troll.
debate, before that debate even started, uh, I kind of figured that JLB would have won. I was rooting for him, but I still consider JLB to be a whole lot smarter than Antonio, like straight up. I mean, yes, Antonio states he's a flat earther, but to me, he's a piece of shit. I don't care what he believes in. I really don't. I have no respect for them people whatsoever. None. And I never will have. I will reunite with flat earthers in the fucking world, but they're not part of me. I will never, never fucking have respect for them people, ever. I would never change my mind about them. It's possible for me to change my mind about the shape of the earth, but my opinion of them sticks. That's just how I feel about them. I mean, I've dedicated now like 2 months into literally trolling them and doing anything I can do to fuck them over.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way as you. To me, like, a person's integrity just means more than anything, you know?
I'm sure that you've lost a lot of fucking friends over what you do too, because I did. On YouTube, I lost a lot of friends, people that I fucking cared about, and they no longer talk to me anymore because of what I do, but this is what I believe in. And I'm going to continue to do it no matter how many friends I lose, because to me, it's not about friendship. I'm not here for friendship. If I pick up friends along the way and gain some respect with people, I love that. You know, I love that. And it doesn't matter to me what people do. To be a flat earther, to be on my subscriber list, or to have my email, or talk to me. It's not big enough. For me, it's truth and talk to people, you know, because in real life you run out of people to talk to about it. They either think you're fucking crazy or obsessed with it or whatever they think, you know. But on YouTube, you can always find somebody that's on the same page as you, or if not even on the same page as you, they're at least in the same book.
I definitely lost a few quote-unquote friends, people that liked hanging out, you know, during the chats. I notice they'll be like, oh my god, she's here now, like, I can't be in here. And to me, like, that, if they were my friends, like, if they knew me, they would know, like, that shit doesn't bother me at all. and I don't consider people my friends until they, like, can figure me out even just a little bit. Like, they better expect that I could be nice as pie, but if you do some stupid shit, I'm gonna call you out on it. And that doesn't mean I hate you, but I call people out on their shit because I just think that we're too polite in this bullshit society already where everything's a lie. I'm not gonna let people keep lying, even to themselves. They don't even realize what they're doing. I'm gonna point it out. You know, and I mean, I've been doing that my whole entire life, but that's not anything new. And so, I mean, the friends I have are long-term friends because they're kind of like the ones that, you know, were able to stick through that. But you know, it's just like, it's no sweat off my back, you know. And I didn't really lose that many people.
I've been told my whole life that I say stuff that other people think but don't want to say.
Right, and me too. When, you know, people say, like, you're my fucking hero, you know, they just roll over laughing because I'm, like, standing up to people and pointing out the bullshit and throwing it back in their face, you know. And people hate that, and they're like, oh my god, you're being so mean. I'm like, well, then shut up, because you're just sounding stupider and stupider, like, everything that comes out of your mouth. Like, you won't beat me in an argument, that's for sure. Like, I know that. Because I have that shit down.
I don't want to be you. I love it when you can argue with someone and use their own words against them, what they said. You know what
exactly.
I mean? Like, I love that. I mean, it's an open shut case then. You know, they said that, yeah, or you screenshotted them saying that, or you know.
Yeah, it's the easiest argument in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even need to know anything about anybody. Just use their own words that they said.
And I encourage anybody at all. If somebody pisses somebody off on YouTube, like say you piss me off on YouTube, right? And you're bugging me in my comments, so I fucking block you, but I keep talking about you, but you can't comment back.
Right, exactly.
Am I gonna blame you for making a video about me? How else are you gonna express yourself?
Right. Thank you.
I probably wouldn't make as many videos about these motherfuckers if they just opened their comments and let me speak my mind. But they won't, so I got no choice. What else do I do? Because if I don't speak my mind, I might as well close my fucking account. What am I doing?
Exactly. It's your account, you know?
Yeah, and it's my mind, and I can speak whatever I want, the same as anybody else. That's your right. Your right to speak your mind.
Yeah, people have this weird loyalty thing, like, I don't know. I'm all for loyalty, but I'm not going to. If you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong, and I'm not going to pick your side. Like, even if I hate the other person and they're right, I'm going to be like, they're right, dude. Like, suck it up, you know, have some humility.
Because if you guys watch my videos, I never offend anybody. Them guys, I do. But anybody else, I'm not disrespectful. I'm not fucking rude. I just speak my fucking mind. People don't have to believe me. I completely don't expect people to believe me. But I encourage people every day in every video to open their fucking mind. And sometimes I gotta call people fucking brain dead and stuff like that, but I really don't think that's a bad thing. I'm not attacking somebody. I'm not insulting somebody. The only people I'm insulting is them. And the people that are watching, I want kind of insult their intelligence a bit by giving them a little slap in the head.
Right, but people do get defensive and attack you, don't they? They get
For sure.
like, oh man, who was that one guy who was like, how come you're being all chummy to this guy now? Like, after just video, and I'm like, I've always been nice to him, you know, just because you're noticing it now that someone poisoned the well and you're like paying attention to my actions, you know, you think I'm being nice to this troll, you know, like, no, I was nice to him before you even knew who I was.
Yeah, that was
Popeye. Oh, Popeye, that's right. I thought that was so weird, you know? I was like,
He's
what?
So happy. I read his comments tonight. He's so happy with Patricia and Antonio together. He wishes them luck. You know, it makes me sick. I can fucking puke, I swear to God. They give me a fucking headache, man. You know, I'm taking Tylenol every fucking day now. They give me fucking headaches, I swear to God. They make me
Yeah, don't be taking Tylenol every day, man. You'll kill your liver.
I'm telling you, man, they give me a fucking headache, I swear to God. They drive me, man. They drive me, and I miss Dan Pruitt so fucking much. I don't know where the fuck he is. I'm playing fucking reruns just so I can hear the motherfucker's voice. Fuck. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Hey, you know what? You're kind of breaking up a lot. If you turn off your video, your bandwidth might be a little better for the microphone.
I'm on a cell phone. What do I turn on?
There's, if you like click on your icon and the button should pop up, you should see like a little camera that you could touch and it'll like put an X through it.
Okay.
Just on the screen, yeah, you can like touch anywhere on the screen and you'll see like the mute, the hang up button in the camera.
It just says you. That's all it says, you.
But click on the screen, not on your face.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. There you go. Oh God, creepy teddy bear.
That's Teddy Ruxpin. He's not a creepy teddy bear. He used to be in my bed when I was like 5, man.
He's watching me and he's judging me.
He's got his eyes on you.
Definitely got the pedo bear stare.
Does it make my sound any different?
You know what? It didn't actually. I was hoping that it would, but maybe
Maybe I can
just
turn the volume.
No, it's like it goes like far away and then it checks in. It might be that it's on being hosted in Bangladesh.
Oh,
He's having a storm.
I was just gonna comment that maybe his microphone's not close to his mouth.
Oh, you think that's all it is?
It's a cell phone.
Oh yeah, I think it might be turning maybe and getting into your shirt.
Is that any better when I get...
Yeah, it totally is better.
Yeah, I get this now. See, man, I'm fucking new at this. I only did 2. This is my 3rd Google Hangout ever.
Nice. Well, you'll probably be doing a lot of them. I guarantee you that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it was like at night I fucking gashed on Patricia in the chat at Flat Earth Reality. And I said to him, I said, let me on your show, man. Let me on your show. Because he gave me a whole fucking list of people in my comment section called out. Like,
Yeah, they have a way of like singling people out, you know, and it's really weird. And he's got like the mind of a child, honestly. He's like a really big baby, not to be, I mean that in the most literal sense, like he's a really big man child. not mentally developed.
Are you talking about Chris Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I saw a recent video of Chris Rock and I think Pillbox, and they were swearing on their children that the Earth is flat, or they'll die or something, or they're swearing on their lives, their children's lives. It seemed a bit
Yeah,
crazy.
that's so weird. Yeah, I would never be that. I don't have that much belief. Like, I would never make absolute statements like that about anything. Especially not put people's, like, quote unquote lives on the bet, you know, on the betting line to wager them. Like, I'm so confident you could have my kids if I were wrong, you know, and that's what I mean about they're never wrong. So if you are never wrong, conversation's over. So why are they having so many hangouts? I mean, they're not bringing anything new. They're not asking intelligent questions, because if they had real questions, they would know the answers already, right? Because they know everything. So again, you know, what's the agenda? It's just to keep people brain dead. You know, it's to control the narrative, to frame it, and when you do that, you know, you play God. You don't let their minds, you don't let anybody's mind, you know, expand on a thought. You just feed it to them, and that's the story. Now go be the echo chamber, you know. And then people get mad when we call them a cult, but they don't see that that's what they're doing. They get hyper defensive. You know, you can't ask them anything. They just band together, you know, wipe each other's vaginas with fucking wipies when they get hurt. And, like, that's it. You know, they don't really accomplish anything at all. Except, you know, fun little hangouts where they felt good for one night, you know, and not lonely. It's pretty sad. I don't know. It's how I see it. And I feel, you know, because I have, like, a lot of empathy, and I feel the loneliness, but at the same time, I can't condone it. You know, I can't condone people's actions just because they're lonely. You know, it's like, stop being a moron.
So do you think a lot of these people in the community, they're kind of lonely and they're seeking like a home, like a place to belong?
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel like there's a lot of single middle-aged people out there, and newly single maybe, and just don't know what to do. I see that a lot, you know, and I include me in that. I'm not saying like you all or whatever, but I'm not that hung up on it. Like, I'm not seeking anything, you know. I'm perfectly comfortable being completely alone, you know, and that's a level I think a lot of people haven't reached yet, and they're afraid to face that because it can be scary, you know, to be with your own thoughts in silence without, you know, other people's thoughts filling your head for you. So, yeah,
Yeah, most definitely.
it's a way to avoid responsibility, you know, with their own life, I think.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a bit of association. Like, what is the word called? I think it's associative coherence. That's the word. Kind of like you need the peers to validate what you're saying and thinking.
Well, I'm not going to validate that comment because I'm not going to be, you know, enabler. What's going on in the chat here? Fucking idiots. Oh, more of that? Yeah, Gerald, you better pass your physics exam. If you don't pass it with an A, you are never getting on our panel. That's the standard I'm setting for you.
It's all right, Gerald, if you don't make it in physics. I mean, you have such talents in every area. I think you can do without it.
But you know, will you pass your test? You might choke. No, I'm just kidding. You won't choke. I don't want to put that thought in your head. Just do well, okay? And then you can come on the panel. But go study and go to school already. You know, it's fucking 3 in the morning.
So, Yvette, what's your take on this whole indoctrination thing? Do you think schooling is indoctrination, or do you think they should improve schooling so it would include more relevant things to, some things that happen in reality?
I think kindergarten and grade school is indoctrination. I think you're kind of in the pattern already by the time you get to high school. So you don't, it's just a habit at that point. You don't realize you've already been conditioned to be a little worker slave. So there's value in education, of course. There's value in going to school and, hopefully being rebellious, because that's what I was, challenging your teachers, not just accepting everything they show out. And challenging your peers, but, not in a bully sense, the way a lot of, I think there's a lot of specific schools that get targeted too, with specific populations and ethnic groups, I guess I should say. I grew up in a really secluded rural town and had the benefit of just being in a state where we're kind of just like, fuck the federal government anyway, so there's not a lot of federal mandates here in New Mexico. But I do see it. I saw it more in college also. And I definitely was a victim of a lot of the propaganda, the Marxist leftism, the, liberal Democrat bullshit, especially like feminism and, I mean, you name it. We can go down that list some other time, but I think everybody probably knows what I'm talking about. You're not like a George Bush fan in 1999 or 2000, in college, in your 20s. Like, that's just not going to happen. You're just coming out of, the Clinton years, and it's just programming all around, completely.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, and I think I was it was also like part of my growing up when I was when Clinton was president, and then it was Bush. I really did not like Bush very much, but you know what? Looking back into all this, I'm just thinking that they were all staged.
They were.
I don't think these people have power. I think these people are just, they just post their face like a poster child. That's the spokesman. But
well, I mean, it's just high school forever. It's a popularity contest, and that's what elections are. You don't have to have been known for doing anything good. You just have to be popular during the election, and that's it.
Popular during the election.
That's it.
Right. Hey, so here's another question. This the gay and lesbian thing. There's a lot of talk about this. I guess it's like a hot topic. This homosexuality. Do you think this shooting that happened in Orlando? Do you think there's like an agenda, like a hidden agenda that we're not seeing? And it's close to the election times. And what's your thoughts?
Well, I haven't even paid any attention whatsoever to this shooting, so I barely know like bits and pieces. But I always think it's an agenda, and it's always pushing the gun control, and they're hitting the now constitutionally protected groups. So if gays can now marry, that means that they're also protected. They're a protected group under the Constitution, so they have different rights than everybody else. Just because now things can constitute as hate crimes, which is a whole different, level of legality that just kind of sprang up. They made it up with, white on black crimes. It's never black on black crimes. Those are never hate crimes. It's always against, a protected group. So like it would have to be against like a Muslim, like they're the hot topic right now, or like the gay agenda. Of course. It's everywhere, so shoot them off. So then it's going to be like, we have to protect them because everybody wants to shoot a gay person now. That gay person standing next to you could be a target, and if you're standing next to them, that makes you a target. And so they're just going to make people afraid of everything and everybody, and they're just working their way down. They went through the children, they went through the black communities, they went through the gays. Next it's going to be a freaking women's rally. They're all going to be pregnant, and all of them are going to be killed, and it's going to be like, what the fuck, right? It's going to be like a La Leche murder or something.
this particular event that happened in Orlando, I feel like it encompasses all the major topics that the political people are talking about. It's got the homosexuality angle, got the Muslim angle, the terrorist angle, and you've got the gun control issue. So all these hot topics, I suppose, all rolled up into one event, and you can just kind of see like it's going to have a little sway on the political parties.
Well, yeah, I mean, each subculture is going to have its own party of it's just its own group of people who will vote that way, whatever way they're told. So, you know, whether it's the Hispanics, you know, against Trump, or, you know, the gays against Hillary, or, you know, who knows, whatever they make up, that's going to be it, and people are going to repeat it without even realizing what they're doing. And I see it all the time, especially because I don't watch TV. Like, I could just be walking by a TV and I'll hear them just say something once. And it's like if I keep walking, then I run into people, and then I'll hear them saying it. And it's just it's that predictable and that comical almost, but almost that scary. Because I just like, wow, you know, especially with my dad, you know, he'll always be like, oh, did you hear that, you know, this is this, and, you know, Trump is that? And I'm like, yeah, I just heard it on the TV, you know. Why are you telling me? Like, we're in the same house. But I mean, I just do, like, even with commercials, you know, like, people will start reciting the tagline or the pitch line, and that's all it is. It's just branding. Everything's a fucking hook, you know?
Exactly, and one of the reasons that I didn't fall for this Mandela effect, it just seems like it was always referenced to pop culture.
Yeah, me either. I'm not sold at all. And, you know, it's like people will still recite, like, I know this song said this and now it says that. And I'm like, no, it says both. Like, you can see their lips in the video. Like, the main guy says one thing, and then the chorus of girls says another. They're saying both, you know. Your brain just mixes them up.
And also there are shows like one of them I investigated was the Berenstain Bears or something. And it turns out that they did use one spelling, and then after 2-3 seasons, they used a different spelling for the Berenstain Bears. And that's how people are kind of confused about how it was spelled. But it's got nothing to do with the Mandela effect. It's just how the programming went. They decided to change how it's spelled.
Well, yeah, I mean, I noticed that even just growing up. I mean, like, when I was growing up, it was John Cougar, you know, because that was his band name or stage name or singer name or whatever. But then I guess he got more famous and he became more comfortable. He's like, screw it, I'm going to use my real name, so it was John Cougar Mellencamp. And then eventually he just dropped the Cougar, you know. But if it were a Mandela person, he would be like, he was always John Cougar, and I'd be like, no, he was always John Mellencamp, you know. It's just stuff like that. People change their names all the time. You know, to me, that's not anything interesting.
And I think I've already told you about the vampire one, Interview with the Vampire. My take on that.
I think we talked about it. Maybe not. I'm a huge vampire fan, and I read all those books, and I was into it in the 90s when the movie came out. Like, I was the person correcting everyone, and I finally gave up. Because people just repeat what they hear. They don't really read. Even if the words are in front of them, they're still going to say a vampire. Like, have you noticed people doing that?
Yes, I have.
Or just with other things.
Because you're an Anne Rice fan, I'm guessing, and you're into the vampire. If I were to say, for instance, if Anne Rice was to say the vampire, who would you think about it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like in our English language, we don't say the, we say the, and it sounds like the, you know. It's barely an issue, you know. It's like would've, you know. People don't. They.
well, for me.
But you know what I mean? Like, they'll spell out would like WOULDOF instead of apostrophe VE, because it's a contraction of would have. But because people hear would've, they think that the actual word is would of, which it makes no sense grammatically. But you know what I mean? That's the kind of thing. That's how I see the Anne Rice thing.
So I would probably go even farther to say that I read the Vampire Chronicles first, and in it I was introduced to the vampire, who was Lestat. So
Right.
when the next book came out and it said interview with the vampire, I was like, okay, so I know who this is the reference to, and I immediately thought, okay, it was a reference to Lestat. So the vampire made just as much sense to me.
Right, but it's actually they're interviewing Louis.
Yeah, they were interviewing Lewis.
So, but I mean, I know what you're saying though, because it's still then the Queen of the Damned, you know, and continue on. The Vampire Armand. It was always the for everything.
Right. So Yvette, I gotta actually take off for a while and do some shilling around town.
Shilling the mangoes.
Yeah, I got some mangoes real quick,
Okay.
so I gotta get off here.
All right, Teddy, you still there? Teddy Ruxpin. Earth to
Bernstein Bear.
Teddy. All right,
No?
bro. Did we lose him? Maybe he had to step away.
Yeah, it's actually pretty late for him.
I think we're in the same time zone. I think he's an hour behind me, so it might be 2 a.m. there.
Oh, okay, so it's 3 a.m. for you, 3:20.
Yeah.
All right, Yvette. Well, I gotta take off for a while.
All right. Have a
I'll
good
see
day.
you when you wake up.
Right? I should go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Well, whenever you're ready, come back, Teddy. If you're talking and we can't hear you, disconnect and come back in. That might help. Otherwise, you probably stepped away. Yep, vessels. It's getting late here. Gerald, go to bed. We're not that interesting. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself and I guess if anyone wants to join, I might be here for a tiny bit longer. Oh, and for anybody out there who might be listening, the join link is in the description. Please read the guidelines and jump right in. The floor would be yours right now, so if you got something you want to say or something you want to talk about, come on. Come on the show. Let's talk. Well, also, if you guys got any good videos you want me to play or would like to share with everybody that's not copywritten junk, give me a link and I'll play it.
Wow, it's quite some out here. Nobody on the home front, by the looks of it. So last night I was having a discussion with somebody on here, and we brought up the question of, has anybody ever seen a video by NASA with a rocket engine test inside a vacuum chamber? So if you know this, you may have seen one. Love for you to send me the link. Fantastic, I'd love to see this. Because if they've done it, then it should fucking work. Yeah? Gotta remember. Hey Gerald. What do you got? No, I haven't. I've never used Reddit. So yeah, as I was saying, if NASA has really tested their engines, because you got to imagine, if you're testing for something you've never done before, like go to fucking outer space, and you think that it's fucking a vacuum before you've even been there, which is weird, because did they? Where? Don't know thrust in space, me bro. Well, I'm just asking because I want to know if there's been some tests in space here on Earth with vacuum chambers, which is supposed to replicate the idea of space, correct? Maybe that's why they use them. Because they've done so much testing, NASA. They've got so many other videos of them doing tests of rocket engines, but never a rocket a rocket engine. You know, a rocket engine test inside a vacuum chamber. I've never seen one. I'm sure there'd be a video out there. I'm sure NASA did this. Because why would you do this without? Well, why wouldn't you do this before you went to space? Yeah. Well, I'll take your silence as consent, and then everything I say is true and believable. Silence is consent, apparently. Oh, okay. Which ones are you? Rocket and the vacuum? Are you talking about the nerd one? Well, you got to remember, I know what you mean by that, but these tests would have been carried out fucking heaps and heaps of times. Yeah, even they would have just gone, hey, look, you know, we even did tests in the vacuum chamber. Check it out. When they were fucking doing all the testing. Oh, wow, look at the way this fucking rocket engine works in a vacuum chamber. Oh my God, this thing is amazing. Look at it go. But you've never seen one. Why haven't we seen these videos by NASA? But I understand what you mean. They don't film everything. But if you do something like that many amounts of time to test and test and test something, somebody was bound to take film of it at some point. And NASA loves showing off their fucking shit. Why wouldn't they show that shit off to us? Okay, so these videos that you got here are rockets in a vacuum. Good. Mythbuster video. Yeah, I'm really share it.
While testing that I got and to go back vacuum out of the training took a tangent to the realm of rocket science. There is a theory floating out there that a solid fuel rocket won't work in space. But now we have this big vacuum tube. Voila! Totally test that out. These bottle rockets are in fact solid fuel rockets with a little bit of powder inside. Yeah, rockets, bottle rockets go bang. They go bang because of a little bit of extra explosive. But all I have to do is cut that off. See how much shorter it is than its brother? And it won't go bang. It'll actually just shoot. So here is my rocket. Ready? Watch this. It should push the car forward, right? Action, reaction. Ta-da! If that works in the vacuum, we might have busted another bit in this episode. What are the odds?
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7,
Rocket firing in a vacuum.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
Hey! It happened so fast I wasn't looking. Yeah, but it took off and hit the other end of our chamber. It worked. Solid rockets work in a vacuum. Let's look at the high speed. What? This is a rocket in a vacuum.
Liftoff. Liftoff.
So I kept rewinding it all the time there because it looked like the rocket was pushing off something. See, the only problem I had with this one experiment, I think it's a great experiment and I've seen it a couple of times and it's like made me question it a little bit more, which is fantastic, which is great. The thing I found so far is that once they shut off the vacuum pump, it now becomes a vacuum enclosure. It's not a vacuum environment because the vacuuming has stopped. It's now enclosed and it's just at the one pressure. So once you let off something in there, that becomes the new atmosphere and that reacts to the rocket to give it something to push off. So the only other way I can think of, like, making sure that I'm not right about this is to do that same test but with the vacuum pump running while the while the rocket is ignited. Yes, Gerald. It is ejecting mass. What kind of mass? What kind of mass is it ejecting? Your buckle? I'm buckle. Okay. No one ask, guys. Why don't you just jump online and talk to me? Standing still. Not pulling over. Yeah, and I got myself a fire extinguisher or a heavy object. Yes, I know. I've seen this one before as well. But this is two masses. You're using two masses against each other. Yeah, and one of the mass is exerting a force against the other one. That's what's happening in this one. Yeah, I know what you mean. You're going to move away, but like I said, because one's a mass and the other one's a mass, it moves. You're not producing a mass of heat coming out the back. It's all exhaust heat coming out. Yeah, it's like not an explosion. It's a constant explosion shooting out, and it's just flame, which is hot, which is driving. A huge piece of a light object, what, a big feather. A giant feather that I stole off a bald eagle that was on the White House. Yeah. So. It's a nice styrofoam sheet. Air resistance drag and control it. Huh, okay, that's a good one. But now, does it matter how big the styrofoam is? Tons of fuel they carry. Yeah, quite a bit. I understand that sort of part. But it also, if you do the mathematics on the speed that they travel, yeah, it works out to be that the rocket travels, what was it, some stupid speed they reckon they travel at. But to cover the distance between the Earth and the Sun, it should have only taken like 13 hours to do. But hang on, they told us something. They took 3 days to get there, another day to float around, and then get down, dance around, pull out the car from somewhere because they had it back in the carport on the back, you know. No, they had it hitched in the back trailer, the little dune buggy that they pulled out on the moon, and then fucking decided to zip around the moon. Come on, man. That's something else for explosion. When an explosion goes off, it pushes the air around it. It will either bring it in, implode, and then give an exponential explosion outwards, which is what normally occurs with a bomb. Yeah, it pushes the air. That's why you have that big, massive. What do they call it? The shockwave from the bomb. The incredibly light thing. I don't know, man. Like if I've got a small piece of styrofoam, like how light does it have to be? Does it have to weigh the same as I do? Does it need to weigh completely less than what I do? Does it need to weigh air for it to push it back? If you're in water and you don't like move your hands and stuff, are you gonna sink or float? If you don't hold your breath and just exhale, what's going to happen? You're either going to be, or if you hold your breath, you're going to become buoyant, but your body's going to stay up. It all works the same in water, is the same with the ether around us. It's like a boat only pushes, goes along the water because the propeller goes through the water. The same principle applies to a fucking plane that goes through the air. The gravity of the object that you are affected by curves your trajectory. Dude, gravity, man, gravity is a very tricky subject. Yeah, because I've read a couple of papers and I've watched a few lectures that, wow, they really throw a spanner in the works on gravity. Yeah, and especially Nikola Tesla really threw the spanners in the work on the fucking gravity idea. The ether disproves gravity, as far as I know. If I'm wrong, correct me. Travel in a straight line to the moon, like flat over. So much cool. Okay, I know what you're saying. The first idea, okay. Look, if I want you to jump on Google right now, yeah, and type in speed of a rocket, yeah, and tell me what that speed of a rocket is, and then because that should be like the top speed, it should eventually get to that, but you never see it get to that speed ever. You see it only ever when it's leaving. You see it hit the sound barrier when it creates that little white cone of air around it. And then after that, apparently they get to transonic, like moments later, which is unbelievable. And then it's supposed to go into, what's the name? However many kilometers per second. Look, I understand the idea of using the ball as a the slingshot effect. I get all of that. I totally get it. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense. The speed that they tell you that they travel at, you've never seen them travel at this speed. And you got to remember, once they come out of the Earth's atmosphere, the Earth is spinning at fucking 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, once they pop out, how come there's no effect of this? And how do they know they've finally popped out? How do they know this? Where is the moment where they just go, oh, weightlessness, gravity? Where did the gravity go? It's weightless. But if you look up for the definition of the word weightless, it means you are falling. Not that you're like nah, God, no. Nah, the globe is the dumbest idea ever. I reckon it's a fantastic idea, but the flat Earth, I'm not totally convinced on which model, but it's not fucking moving. Whatever we want is not moving. Yeah. Yes, that's right. That you use the spin. Yeah, but that's if the spin exists, and they can only use the spin because they have created this model. It's the only way they could ever get to the moon is if they may use their balls, because it's a dick Earth again. Yeah, they're using their balls to flick themselves from the balls to the ass of the moon. Hey Shroom, you're a champion. That's why we almost always launch eastward. What, NASA? Yeah, what do they do in Kazakhstan? Have you ever seen what they do in Kazakhstan? The only reason why they launch eastward from Cape Canaveral is because they launch straight out into the ocean, so that in case something happens, they don't kill anybody. You know, when they eventually fall out of orbit and hit the land back into the ocean, because rockets only ever travel 600 kilometers. It was the longest distance they ever first recorded it, and then all of a sudden it exponentially jumped to something ridiculous amounts of distances. Are you fucking kidding me? How did that happen? You need to have a look at the history of the way the rocket worked. They built the rocket. It jumps exponentially in 1 year, in less than 1 year. I can't remember which year it was. I think it was 1954, 1955. It goes from the longest traveled distance at 600 kilometers, and then all of a sudden to like 20,000. And you can't keep adding engines. Engines is stupid because those engines will only produce the same energy, and you'll only get to whatever. Let's just say the speed is 1,000 kilometers an hour. Each engine will not make you go an extra 1,000 kilometers. It will just get you to that 1,000 kilometers an hour at a better speed.
I'm surprised they haven't made a slingshot rocket. I think that would work better. A giant slingshot.
Who's that? Sorry. You just jumped in and scared the hell out of me. Yeah.
It's alright, man. I was just chiming in.
Oh, cool, man. Cool. What are your thoughts?
Well, the sun isn't dragging the Earth around. That's what they'd like us to believe, wouldn't they? That we're being pulled by the sun. You know, wouldn't the dark spots of the sun, you know, where they say that the sun has this huge black hole almost, or this huge dark spot on it? Wouldn't all that like change the trajectory of the orbits of the Earth and stuff? You'd think like it'd be a bit more chaotic, wouldn't you? With this, because the sun is changing a bit.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Even when it'd be those big, ginormous solar flares, wouldn't that cause a problem in the gravitational blankets that the fucking sun sends out? Wouldn't that give us a massive effect, and all the planets and stars and everything around us?
Exactly. You certainly should do.
So Have you seen a rocket video by NASA or inside a vacuum chamber by any chance?
No,
No.
I don't think I've seen any
Yeah.
vacuum experiment.
I've only ever seen one vacuum experiment I've seen two. The story about the one astronaut that nearly died in the vacuum chamber when they were doing the vacuum chamber testing, and the other one was where they dropped the massive feather and the bowling ball in the vacuum chamber. That's the only other things I've ever seen on vacuum chambers inside NASA, or have found so far. But hey, there's other people out there. Help me find some better information.
I remember seeing a documentary where they put a clock in a vacuum to see whether the time would still work. But I honestly can't remember what happened. It wasn't that.
Yeah, man, I don't understand it. Like, you'd think you're building this project for the very first time, yeah? Now, you're going to test the rocket engine here in this atmosphere. How do you even know before you even got out there that it's a vacuum? Yeah? How did they even make this concept come to fruition before they even went there? Or set
That's a good
anything
point.
out there?
They're clutching at straws, aren't they? They're full steam into bullshit land and just assuming everything's A-OK.
Yeah, man, this is, man. It's okay, look, I'm starting to understand what's happened. Because they've indoctrinated us into a religion, yeah, and people believe this idea. Now, there's a saying that I know. It goes, people who believe in things will always go to war over their beliefs rather than go to war over their ideas. Yeah, it's like people go to war over religion, yeah, because it's their belief. It's the same thing here. People are going to war with the flat earthers because at the end of the day, we're not attacking their belief, but that's the impression that they're getting. Yeah, and now they're becoming really rampant, and they're just not opening their mind to the other possibilities that can be. There's other ideas out there. Just look and listen and see and hear and ask questions. That's all you gotta do. It's not one answer is true. There's millions of answers there. What do you reckon?
Yeah, they're going to war against logic. You know, I was listening to the rocket travel in a vacuum, and you know, the flat Earths are onto something. They're defending something that just falls apart in an instant. Like, you know, like this, it's just impossible. A jet works with the air is sucked out, and it creates a downward force on the floor with air, and that it pushes itself away up into the sky. But when it comes to a vacuum and nothing, there's nothing to push on. You know, if you shot a flame in a vacuum, it would just burn. It would just inflame. It would inflame the rocket and burn to a crisp. It wouldn't move. You know, the flames would just surround the craft. It just totally rubbish. Like it ends there. Space travel ends there. So does heliocentricity. Heliocentricity ends in a few sentences as well. So does gravity. They're all off their rockers. Like it's a joke.
You know, if NASA was smart at the beginning, they could have told us they built one engine for the atmosphere of the Earth, and then when they get out into space, they turn on their special plasma engines, and then they can zip around. And all they would have had to do is just fucking CGI everything for us for the rest of our lives. We would have never questioned that shit. Idiots. I solved their problem before they, too many years later. Sorry, NASA. So you shouldn't have employed me when I was fucking not born yet.
You know, because I remember in science and physics lessons, they would just really push past the heliocentric model so fast. You know, I remember about the Earth and the planets, and then they would just quickly get on to Big Bangs and the creation of supernova stars. It's like they wanted us to concentrate on the hard stuff, on the stuff that's really far away, so that if enough people logically thought about the beginning of this theory, it would fall apart. That's why they push the bullshit land. You know, black holes, stars exploding, life on Mars, water, the cannabis planet. You know, they just keep coming out with stuff that's so far-fetched that you forget to look back at the start and see how nonsensical it is. So.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading some of the comments down here in the comment section. If you light a firecracker
Yes,
at the end of the
yeah, it's impossible to listen and to read comments. I don't know if anyone else is capable of that.
I'm truly a male, man. I understand I can't multitask, and I'm more than happy to admit that. And like, I don't want to multitask. I just want to do one thing at a time. Makes my life easier and simple that way. That's another thing as well. The heliocentric model to explain requires a lot of information, and you have to get your head around it. As opposed to the flat Earth, very, very simple idea. Very, very simple. And it's quite easy to understand when you first come across it, as opposed to like having known any previous model and learning these models for the first time. The flat Earth model is a much easier version to learn than the heliocentric. The heliocentric requires mathematics to go with it. Fuck, a lot of it. Yeah, the flat Earth requires Pythagoras' theorem, maybe and a basic level of trigonometry just to work out with the sun and communities. That's pretty much it. Yeah. So I don't know how they manage, or I do know how they fucking taught it to us in fucking school. That's how we all learned to think about the globe, because they just went, hey, look, this is where you live. Here's some math to go with it to prove it. Hey, this is true. Look, shiny objects in the sky called supernovas. Look here. Yeah.
Negator was saying that the rocket carries oxygen fuel, and he's correct. Like, they keep the different fuels separate inside the rocket, and then they shoot them together at the other end. But still, you would need a whole sky full of oxygen for it to do anything in a vacuum. You'd have to fill the vacuum up. You know, spraying a bit of oxygen at the end of the tank is not going to create a force to push against. The oxygen's just going to burn up. It's not going to create any upward or downward force.
See, and the other thing is there's experiments that people have done online on YouTube about the rocket in a vacuum. Like I mentioned earlier, once they shut off that vacuum pump, yeah, because in the vacuum of space, it's much larger. We can't replicate the size, so we can only replicate the suction, because it's not it's not a negative pressure. It's just a zero pressure, and we have a higher pressure out in Earth. From the guy I was talking to last night, I explained it. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Damn it.
I wanted someone to describe what would happen to an astronaut if his helmet broke while working on one of these ships. You know, say, because there's these space particles that shoot around the extrude, and let's not forget how fast are they traveling while working on this ship? 15,000 kilometers an hour or something like that. So why haven't we seen some kind of real incident yet of an astronaut floating off into space or his thing snapping? We haven't seen anything real other than a rocket blowing up in the air. That's about it.
Yeah, that's it. The only thing they've ever showed us that is real is a rocket taking off, and some of them blowing up. Yeah. There's different combinations of fuel types. That's why I chuckle about NASA conspiracy involving unusually large numbers of helium purchased by NASA. That sounds funny. Number one, though, pretty rare in fast void of space. Hey, did you guys happen to watch the lecture I posted up yesterday in regards to how to replicate a red sun in a classroom? I posted it yesterday.
No, Petro, I haven't been watching many. I'll have to subscribe to you. What was you getting at? Give it a go here if you want.
Oh. Yeah, give me a sec. I'll find it for you, and I'll just. It's actually a lecture from a physics scientist at MIT, so it's
Oh, as long as he
definitely good
doesn't.
information.
I start
Sorry?
feeling a bit queasy when I start feeling queasy when I listen to NASA scientists or
Oh no.
heliocentrism.
Oh wait, I got
Way
a funny video of fucking NASA scientists giving a lecture about I don't know if you know about the cosmic microwave background radiation that has caused a schism within the scientific community. Have you heard about this?
No, but I remember learning about background radiation back when I was learning physics. But no, I don't clearly remember. It sounds interesting.
So there's a documentary called The Principle. I highly recommend you buying it and watching it because it's done by an independent media. So I highly recommend purchasing it instead of downloading it because it's only a small company. Anyway, they go on to show that the cosmic microwave background radiation shows that the Earth is not moving. We're not moving, and everything else moves around us. And then when you watch a lecture by NASA on this topic, I don't know why the NASA lecturer needs to reinforce to his class or to the people in the lecture that he is being honest and he's telling the truth. Why would you need to reinforce this fact if you're already apparently telling the truth?
Yeah, definitely. Another thing I want up is these huge fields full of them satellite dishes where they supposedly point into space and they listen for waves and stuff. Say the Earth is flat. What are they doing? Like, why have they spent so much money on all these things? And what are they listening for? Are they trying to find the gods or I don't quite understand. If they've never even travelled into space, then what are they looking out for? Or is it just part of the making things look real? But it intrigues me to think what are they actually doing with all them machines. You know, they could be listening to the world, not to the space. They could be bouncing them off and just trying to listen to other countries. So I don't know. There's a bit of mystery to me.
Oh yeah, well, what's the name? They can pick up radio transmissions, fucking from anywhere, man. Radio transmissions go all over the world, depending on which what you're looking at. Like one of the things I originally looked at was the way radio waves travel, and according to, I can't remember the guy that discovered it, but apparently he shot up a radio signal up into the ionosphere and then it came back down, and he measured it to be 100 kilometers away. So that's how we've been sending signals around the world. We've been bouncing it off the ionosphere, and I'm like, that is fucking pretty cool that we've been able to do this, but I've never seen the math on how we calculate where it lands, and specifically for this kind of thing that happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like they must have had to send out a high amount of the waves, so they would definitely catch a few coming back.
Yeah.
What do you think of Tintin? You know Tintin, the character in the movie. It was based on a real scientist, isn't it? He went up in the 1950s. He built an aluminium ball that you could sit inside with a huge balloon. And he went up. He was the first person to go up extremely high. They thought he was going to be dead and he wasn't going to make it back. But he only had a small little circle to look out through to see down. So his view was a bit obscured. But he made quotes about what he could see upwards, and he made a quote saying that the Earth looked like a flat disc with raised edges around the edge, like a disc with ice mountains, basically. So he was the first person to go up there and actually say it was flat.
Well, yeah, look, I don't know about that, but as far as I know so far, at 100,000 kilometers, 100,000 feet, you can only see at a distance of 400 kilometers, I think, from memory. I don't know if that's true. If someone can correct me, that'd be awesome. But I know what you mean. Look, the more you keep seeing, the higher you go, the more you see. It's still the horizon is still at eye level. No matter what we do, the horizon will always be at eye level because it's the way our eye works. So trying to work out whether or not the Earth is round or a ball makes it fucking really difficult because our eyes are fucked. They're not giving us a true depiction of what's around us. They're just kind of like squashing everything at the end.
If you go directly up into the air, you don't get a horizon. You just see the land getting bigger and bigger. The further away you get from Earth, and you look down, you just start to see you would just see more and more of the Earth until it would look smaller, but you would see more of it when you'd be able to get a clearer view of the entirety of it. Not compared to, like, from ground level, of course, you can't keep seeing further.
Like, oh yeah, Globe Cop Trio in the house. Give me. Oh, what's going on in the chat? Shroomhead. I'm a shroom lover, man. Hang on. There are no more than 5 satellites pointing away from Earth. Prove it. Prove it. Show me one in a telescope. You have a telescope, Mr. Bukaki. Have you ever seen a satellite ever like go past your telescope and go, oh, what was that? Oh, that looked like a satellite. Oh, that was fucking ISS. Oh, that was the Hubble. Oh, fuck. Have you ever caught one of those? They should fucking be flying around. There's supposed to be like thousands of bastards up there.
Yeah, we should see them all dancing across the sky in front of the moon, because the moon's further away than the satellites. I don't know if I'm correct there, but somebody made a video about it saying that the satellites are in between us and the moon. So when they fly by in the sky, if we can see the moon, we should be able to see the satellites, or at least the silhouettes of them. So if anyone, I don't know if the global cops got an answer for that.
Even better, shouldn't they somehow cast some sort of a shadow?
That's what I mean by a silhouette. A silhouette is a shadow. It would be on the moon.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, fuck yeah. Don't see shit. No nutter. All the time, Petro. Almost always happens by accident. And we well, I watched your moon video and I didn't see any in that one. Mr. Bukaki. Just got one spot in the sky and just wait for 10 minutes.
It's strange. I watched a video of a moon report the other day from a Flat Earth channel, and he was zooming in on the moon, and I swear I saw the Illuminati triangle with an eye in the middle. I was like, no way. On the moon as well.
Oh, dude, you've had way too much to smoke, man. Or fucking taking something really cool. I want some of that shit. So Gerald is a Gerald. You still think it's a globe? I'm unsure. Been here for 2 weeks. Awesome, welcome, man. I've only been here for about a week. How long you been on this? Sorry, I never caught your name.
Yes, Discover or Nick, but a good few weeks now since I've been coming onto the Hangouts. But I was watching since the start when another guy first made this idea, Flat Earth All Access channel. And then that went on for about 9 days, and then he went on holiday, and then this channel was created. I've been here ever since.
Oh, dude, I only stumbled across this like the other last week, and man, as soon as I heard people talking about this, I was just like into it. I'm like, yes, I get to have fucking voice an idea. See, maybe some of my ideas might come across and help the fucking model. Yeah, I'm trying to work and build this model up. That's what we need to do. Really build the model. because they keep showing
Yeah,
us.
we don't know the size of Earth, do we? We don't know how far the land stretches because we don't know what the hell Antarctica is.
Well, I don't know if you know Dr. Zach, if you've seen any of his videos, but he's currently building. Wait, what's that? Yeah, he's currently building a flat Earth map with actual measurements. I don't know how he's building. He's doing it through what was he using? What's the name of the program? I can't remember the name of the program now. Fucking hell.
Well, theoretically, to make a map, you could like get a central point and know exactly where each continent is and which direction it is, and then you build the land from that, build it edwards from that point, and then you should get a bit of string on a point from the center and measure any point around, and it should be accurate. That would be an accurate map, wouldn't it? Accurate to reality, not in scale, from in direction. Size. But yeah, I'm sure there's very many intelligent people out there creating maps, and there's definitely got to be a few of them that are on point. I don't think it's that complicated. Like it's not like Cell Earth.
I like how Gerald keeps thinking I'm secretly a glober. I'm just very skeptical. That's all it is. Like nothing's concrete with anything. Gerald. Come on, have a chat, Gerald.
Yeah, actually, Zyxis and JLV combined.
Zysis, I love Zysis, man. He's a champion. I've had a few conversations with him. Last time we spoke, he got quite heated and took off. Kind of upset. I hope he wasn't too upset.
Yeah, because I enjoyed talking to him. I spoke to him for a couple of hours just about world history and strange conspiracies, which is really fun to talk about in this flat Earth thing. Talk about anything. I did want to bring up the mystery in Russia, the pass of. Have you read the story where these adventurers went to camping in this snowy part of Russia, and they were all found dead? It's called the pass or something, but anyway, they were discovered, their tent was empty. It was shown that they had all ran out of their tent in the middle of the night, naked. A couple of them sprinted into the forests. One of them was found dead halfway between the tent and the forest with his like tongue cut out. And then they found another dead body in the woods. That they were seriously messed up, and they couldn't tell what killed them. It was a really weird story. I don't know if anyone in the chat knows this because it's famous on YouTube.
I've never heard that story, but I've heard of something similar about Bigfoots and stuff. There's a lecture on YouTube called "Everything You Know Is Wrong," and he talks about a Russian village that used to have a Bigfoot that used to live there and was a slave to the village. I don't know if you've ever seen this lecture, man. I highly recommend it. It's fucking good. He's very entertaining in his lecture. Everything You Know Is Wrong. It's fucking very, very good lecture.
Yeah, sounds cool. I watched quite a lot. I did watch quite a lot of Bigfoot stuff. It was intriguing because I did think the possibility of that kind of animal is definitely possible in these vast forests. And in the slightly more intelligent monkey that's bigger and knows to stay away from human beings, it's definitely possible.
Hey Gerald, does my accent make me sound like a what's the name, a glober, does it? I love that. It just maybe makes me sound like I'm down under. That's why my profile pic on my avatar is upside down. Because I'm from Australia. I'm underneath.
I have a lot. Like half of my grandparents' family moved to Australia a long time ago. I think I got family in Sydney. No, I don't know. I think it is Sydney. I know they got kangaroos in their back garden and stuff like that. But maybe one day.
Yeah, dude, mate. Where are you in England? What sounds of it?
Wales.
Oh, you're in Wales. Wow, you don't sound Welsh.
Nah, I'm right near the border of England in the south, so yeah, it's not a Welsh accent, it's a South accent.
Okay, yeah, I just heard it just then when you said border. I was like, oh, there it is. There's the accent right there. Yeah, dude, you should definitely make the trip out down under, man. It's a long fucking flight, and if you come, make sure you come for like at least a month so you can get around and check the place out. But once you're done, leave, go back home. It's not very nice. Yeah.
What's that?
If you like, well, dude, Australia was originally a convict colony, and it's still treated pretty much as a convict colony.
Sorry,
Our government
Petrol.
and police, you're right. Our government and police have us by the balls so hard. Get your name on the members list. Hey, Mr. Bukaki, are the police on the Gold Coast still fucking kicking everybody's ass like they always have been? Loch. The hell's that? So I had an idea when I was chatting with, or after I spoke with Zysis a few nights ago, Discovery, because he was really hammering home the fact, you know, on the flat Earth model, how the sun moves up to the the Tropic of Cancer, and then down to the Tropic of Capricorn, or the other way around, whichever way it works. And he was hammering home that the fact that the sun has to speed up and slow down, or it speeds up when it goes into the inner circle as opposed to what it is on the outer circle, and how it doesn't work all the time. But I had an idea. I don't know how this could really work, but seeing as the sun is considered to be a disk and it's shooting its light, how about it never actually moves from the equator line? It just actually tilts its disk slightly to slightly move up.
I thought about how it just gets reflected from an angle, so it could definitely change without actually having to move. It would just be tilting.
Yeah.
Or if that's through the what's above the clouds, you know, because it's still a star, isn't it? So I've watched a video where they dim the light of the sun, and it just looks like a star moving the same way as a star in the sky. Like, bright up and change.
You keep breaking up the Discovery. I think your connection is being a little patchy-father.
Yeah. What about now?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I can hear myself. Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Oh,
I
really?
can hear a lot of wind.
Sorry?
I can hear. Is that heavy wind in the background of your?
Oh no, that's my heater. That's my heater going. It's fucking cold here, man. Let me turn this thing on. There we go. Better?
Yeah. So Petra, I was going to ask you, have you ever had a run-in with a dangerous animal, like a poisonous one? Ever stood on a jellyfish or been at an encounter with a poisonous spider? Being in Australia, you think you?
Well, I've not really encounters. Like I've fucking been I've had plenty of spiders and shit. The encounters. I've been out camping many a times, and I used to live in Queensland. Ask Mr. Pukaki up there, you get some of the best dangerous spiders in the fucking world, and the snakes. because of the heat up there. But yeah, like I've been on job sites when I was younger, just out west here in Sydney before all this big development, probably about 10, 15 years ago. And we'd be sitting out at lunch and a brown snake just kind of slithers by behind you. Yeah. About a meter and a half long sort of thing. Yeah, these things are around you all the time. They don't fucking ever attack. Unless you're a tourist, then they really don't like you. They just eat you. Everything will kill the tourists here, except for the people that live here. Come here, you love it. Come check it out. You'll love it here. Just don't touch anything. It'll probably kill you. You'll be right there.
I definitely won't be swimming in your sea unless it's fenced off. I said I wouldn't get in the Australian water. I wouldn't get in the ocean.
Man.
Sharks.
The ocean is the greatest here. It's the best. You love going for a swim in the ocean. Don't worry, shark attacks only happen like 5 times a year. Relax. You're more likely to fucking die on the plane here than you are fucking get eaten by the shark.
Yeah, I'd have to take a shit.
Yeah. That's a fucking long trip, man. That's a month journey. Fuck that.
Wait, is it really like a month on a ship to Australia? I thought they would have been much. I'd have to find out.
It's much quicker than that. It's much quicker than that. Like, I think it's like 2 weeks. I know it's from the States to Australia with a stop off in Hawaii for the day and New Zealand. Yeah, and then it's a 2-week journey. So it could be roughly maybe a little bit longer from the UK, because you got to travel further. Oh no, you go through the Mediterranean, cut through the, what's the name of that fucking place that they cut through, into the Gulf of Mexico, and then straight down to Australia, mate. In Australia, the second language is screaming. No, that's what most tourists are saying to everybody. Ah!
So Petrol, who's on the Australian, is the Queen on there as well?
On the Australian what?
Yeah.
On the Australian dollar? Yeah, man. All our money has that fucking bitch's face plastered all over it. That fucking whore bag. Make sure she reminds us every time we spend that money that's not even really worth that fucking money to buy shit, that she owns all our asses. Yeah, it's here. Yeah. I know we're under that bitch's fucking mastery. She's our master. What do you think of the monarchy discovery? Do you wish to abolish monarchy, government, and live free in anarchy?
Yeah, slowly push them. I wouldn't force them because I don't want to get my head cut off. But I think they know that's inevitable.
Do you know?
Be as inconspicuous as possible, because they know at any moment in the next 10 years we're just going to be pushed to that much austerity that we're just going to say, hey, can we even have this royal family if we're that in the shit and in debt? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My favorite question that I've asked one of the what's the name, our parliament ministers here in Sydney, when I ask them who owns our Australian central bank, and they tell me Australia owns it, and then I ask the question, then why do we pay interest on our own money? And they just go, change of subject. If we own it, why would we pay fucking interest on the money that we own? I don't get how that works. Yeah, but if somebody else owns it and they give us the money and interest is on that money, then I understand that. But if we own it, why would you fucking give interest on your own money to yourself. That's just the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Oh, what happened to that dude that just came on and then vanished?
I get cut off when someone else joins, that's all, bro. I did miss your last 10 seconds. I'm back now.
Oh.
What's up, Petro? What's up, Nick?
Hey, man.
Healthy's back.
How are you, Healthy?
Hey, man.
I'm good. I just got home. Was out doing a little bit of work, and just thought I'd drop in and say hello to you guys.
What's up, man? What were we talking about? I can't remember what we were talking about now.
You were talking about paying interest on your own money. So pretty much you're talking about use your interest rate.
Oh no, I was talking about interest paid out by our central bank to our government, which apparently is owned by us, the people. And I'm like, it doesn't make sense why we would give ourselves interest to our own money. It's just the dumbest idea. Am I saying this wrong and it just doesn't make sense the way I'm saying it? Please correct me if I'm fucking wrong, because I feel stupid.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's actually pretty crazy how ridiculous it's gotten to the point where, as I'm finding out more and more things, it seems like the government is only there to rip us off. Even if you own a property, it's not really yours. Even if you don't want electricity in your home, you still have to pay the electric company if you live in a certain area. I mean, what is that? What does all that have to do with? I mean, I'm just wondering. It is a pretty crazy notions. So you own the land, you own your house, you built everything, but you know what? Every month you still got to pay the government for living right there.
Yeah. Yeah, got to pay the tax of the land because you know you don't really own the land. You're kind of leasing it for a really long period of time. That's what's really happening. I think it's a 99-year lease on the land. That's why you got constantly fucking have to pay tax for it. But here, you're gonna like this one. Here in Australia, well, in the neighborhood that I'm in, that in my home, I have to actually get permission to do any external changes, or if I make my house bigger, extend it in any kind of way, I have to get permission to do this. Yeah. Or if I decide to, instead of having the brick finish on the outside of the house, I'll put a rendering on and then paint my house. I have to get permission to do that. Yeah, I still did it, but I didn't get permission. But if they come around, I can get in shit apparently. But fuck those cunts. What are they gonna do? Make me take it off? Fuck you.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? All these rules and regulations. I mean, I understand stuff like, you know, I've got a one-story building or something, and all of a sudden if I decide to turn that one story into a 10-story building or like a 12-story building or something, yeah, I understand having to go through the city, but for doing like small things, like if I want to put up a fence, I got to go get the permission for that in my own yard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just make sure you got a cool neighbor that doesn't grass you up. That's all.
Even here in Australia, if you have a pool, you have to have a fence, no matter what. No matter what, there must be a fence around that pool. You cannot own a pool otherwise. Yeah.
I suppose it's for safety's sake for animals and children.
Well, yeah, of course, that's the reason. But why should I put one in my house if everybody in my family knows how to swim? It's not my fault if someone jumps my fence and goes into the pool and drowns. That's fucking their problem. Yeah, but if I have guests in my house, I'm going to be there. I'm going to have people there who are going to know how to swim. I'm going to look after people. Yeah, and everyone's going to look after themselves anyway. Nobody's going to want anybody to drown. But, you know, shit happens.
Right, shit does happen.
Yeah, what, we're going to fence everybody off? We might as well put a fence around the fucking coast of Australia and go, nah, can't go swimming here. Too many fucking people drowning every year. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. Put a large fence all around the coastal
Yeah.
areas of Australia, which is a lot.
Yeah.
If you had Donald Trump as president, he'd do it. He'd do it.
Yeah.
Put a big fence around Australia.
Yeah, that's crazy, Petro. Petro, that reminds me of of the tourism in Australia. You know, I watched many series of Bondi Beach, and you get people who go on holiday from a country that doesn't even have an ocean. They have no idea how to swim, and they dive into the ocean, and they start swimming, and they just instantly almost drown. So God knows how many people that the lifeguards have had to rescue.
Mm. Yeah, heaps of them, man. Heaps and heaps and heaps. Especially up on the Gold Coast where Mr. Bukaki is at. Man. Oh, wow. I know. I used to live up there. And I've got some friends who are lifeguards. Holy fuck. Every day. Telling me some story of how they had to save somebody. Yeah? Because they're foreigners that didn't know how to swim. Holy shit. Not every day.
People can't save themselves from drink. You know, what kind of person goes swimming in in a sea with really strong tides and rip tides and stuff, and thinks it's all going to be hunky dory?
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, but you got to remember, I've grown up by the beach for an entire lifetime. I actually know people here in Australia who don't actually know how to swim, which is very, very uncommon. But there is some people who don't know how to swim. But these people are smart enough to know to stay away from the fucking ocean or to not go deep enough past the point where they don't feel comfortable and safe. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Some people just, you deserve to die. I hate to say it, Darwinism, it really needs to do some more work.
But I reckon you would have plenty of tourists in Australia that might not know how to swim.
Yeah. Imagine all the people that come from the like the Arab countries that don't have ocean or waterfronts.
Yeah,
it seems that's really, it's a closer destination. It's a big holiday zone, isn't it, Australia, for the Middle East or the Arabia countries, and a lot of them don't know.
Yeah, it's like a 10 or 12-hour flight from here to there. Yeah, so it's quite. Yeah, we get a lot of them, especially up on the Gold Coast, man. They love the Gold Coast. Very flashy, lots of hot women. Well, lots of hot women. And yeah, they love the Gold Coast. Lots of drugs.
Hot women and drugs.
Yeah, man. And beautiful ocean. Like, absolutely amazing. Fucking amazing up there. Not saying that Sydney is not amazing, but it's a lot. The climate is a lot warmer up there. North.
Where is it? Melbourne?
Oh, no, on the Gold Coast, so north of Sydney.
On the Gold Coast.
Nah.
So when I visit Australia, me and you will go and visit Mr. Bukaki's place.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
And we'll troll him so hard, we'll talk flat earth all the time, right in front
of him. Hell yeah, man. I think he'd be down for it. I think he's pretty cool dude, man. Actually, I'd love to see more on his telescope and know a bit more about learning how to use a telescope. If you'd like to educate me a little bit, because I really suck at using a telescope.
Do you own one? Do you have
one? Yeah, I own one. Yeah, I've got one. I just recently purchased one. Oh, not recently. It's now been a few months. And I've just been staring at the moon. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna after this, I'm gonna get back outside and have another stare, see what the moon is doing.
It's been really cloudy here. What stage is the moon in? Is it a full moon? Nearly a full moon? What's going on?
No, it's like halfway.
Halfway, yeah.
We're at half moon. Yeah. Like, we just had the crescent the last few nights, the quarter. And now it's the half, or a bit more than the quarter.
You know, I think I might make a habit if I jump on a hangout late at night. I might just turn the camera on and point it at the moon, just to show people what it looks like from this part of the world. Then make a habit of it, and people get a gist of what's going on or what the moon's doing.
Yeah, that's a fucking great idea, man. I don't know how to I don't know how to set up my fucking camera to my telescope. This is a bit of an annoying thing. Like, I noticed something. I mentioned it a few times. a light emanating from a crater, from one of the craters from the moon, and I tried to capture it on film and take a photo of it. Just fucking epic failure. But oh man, I either need a better telescope or some better camera equipment. Probably both.
Actually, that is a fantastic idea. I would love to see the moon or the stars, whatever, live. If we could do that over Hangout, I think that would generate a lot of interest. And I've actually spoke to Mr. Bukaki to set that up, and I think he's working on it.
Ah, awesome. I think he's got one of those full electronic, crazy, awesome, what's the name, telescopes. By the sounds of it, he looks like he's right into it.
Yeah.
And he likes to smoke weed. He's a fucking champion.
Yeah, he does.
A fucking champion. He's a fucking champion. Yeah. The Observatory. Observatory. I love it. I can't say it properly though.
So I've been looking more into this the gay club shootout, and
oh yeah, what'd you find?
I'm just analyzing all the angles, I suppose. It seems like it's like one of those events. I guess it incorporates some of the hot topics that people are already talking about. It seems like it's incorporating the gay rights thing, the Muslim terrorist thing, and also the gun rules, the gun violation. What is that called? The gun rights. So those are the three angles that I'm seeing that they're working at, and it's so convenient that it's happening right around election time. So all the people who are running for election, it kind of forces them to choose their sides, like choose which side you want to be on. So that's what I'm going at from here. I still got to look at more footage and stuff. If it's real or hoax, I don't know, but at least you can be sure that it happened. People know about it.
Yeah, fuck yeah. And it was some Muslim person involved, and it's got to do with guns. Definitely. Yeah, everybody has to know.
So there's your three issues right there. Are you a pro-gunner, or are you pro-homosexuality? Are you pro-terrorism, you know? Hang on a second, guys. I'll be right back. I got a call.
You know, maybe they do these hoaxes for the shills with YouTube channels who talk about conspiracy stuff, and it gives them more content and more viewers.
Yeah, having a cone is a great idea, Gerald. But I wanted to ask you, what do you think about gays having the right to get married? What do you reckon? Yes, no? Why?
I think yes. I think it'd be prejudice to say they couldn't get married, but married in what? The Catholic Church? You know, how do you define being married? You know, is that religious? It's the civil partnership thing is pretty fine, I think.
Well, it all boils down to basically law, man. You understand what a marriage is, yes?
Yeah, sorry, Pete. I'm just smoking out the window, but carry on. Yeah, I do. It means it changes things, doesn't it? It changes many aspects of your life and what you're entitled to, what your partner's entitled to, many things. Yeah, carry on.
No, I mean, I mean the change. Well, you're right with that. But the changes. What I'm trying to say is, marriage is just a piece of paper, really. It's two corporations coming together to make one unity in front of witnesses to say that these two corporations are going to stay together for the duration of this contract, which is till death do you part. So the gay people, I think, at this point in time, are still living outside of the law, And I think that's where they should remain. Instead of coming within the confines of the law where they have restrictions on what they do, what they say, and where they go, and with all that shit, I reckon they should remain on the outskirts and just be free as they fucking can be, man. Unlike the rest of us fuckers who are caught up in this shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen stories where someone's boyfriend has died, and they were living together, and the boyfriend's parents have just taken the home and kicked out the guy's boyfriend, and just taken his home. He didn't get any inheritance, just didn't get anything, and he felt, that's getting done over really, really bad. So I think that's a problem, definitely.
Yeah, I never thought about that. Never thought about that. The law does help, kind of, but I hate the fucking law at the end of the day. I really don't like the fact that we are considered a corporation on paper. I don't know if you know about your paperman. Yeah, have you heard of this? The thing that your birth certificate represents is apparently, I don't know how true this is. I've never actually found this, but you can actually find your birth certificate on the stock exchange and see exactly what you're worth. And you can apparently, and apparently you can use your that's it, the straw man to pay your dealings with corporations such as governments with notary notes. I don't know if you've ever heard this, where you create your own money and you pay with invisible money because they get to create money, and then because they get to do it, you can do it. You just got to know the way to do it.
I'm sure they can do it, but whenever you get to do it, it's a crime. That's how it is.
Of course. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna quote Bill Murray real quick. Bill Murray had a quote saying, "If the government lies, it's politics, but if the people lie, it's misdemeanor or something. It's a felony."
Right. Yeah.
We're terrorists. We're terrorists for having our point of view, but their propaganda is just part of what they have to do. But we're all terrorists.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of a man by the name of Edward Bernays?
Yeah, I've definitely heard the surname. Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, so you guys all know this is the man that created the propaganda and advertising that we all have today.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Do you know what his slogan was for the women, how to get women to start smoking when they never smoked before?
What was it? I'm pretty sure it'll be interesting.
So he chose a particular event. It was a, what was it? Macy's, you know those big parades that they have in the States with the balloons and shit? Yeah. So it was that event, and he got some debutantes, so some upscale rich chicks who were young and hip and fashionable. And he got his little puppets to run around to all the media and tell them that some of these debutantes were about to do something rebellious and revolutionary, and then at some point in the parade, they all got together and then they put out the cigarettes and lit them up, and the slogan for it was "the torch of freedom." So they were sucking on the torch of freedom. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the famous quote: "Women smoking." Because previously to that, apparently the cigarette represented male genitalia. That's why males only ever smoked it, because it was a manly thing to do. Yeah. Yeah, and that's how women started smoking after that. It became accepted. He managed to get them accepted. Yeah, there's a great documentary on him. Oh, what was it fucking called?
Yeah, I think it's called Women's Liberation something, or the way it's shaped. I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
Right. There's a couple. This one was what was it called?
Edward Bernays was a genius. He pretty much revolutionized how people's minds work, what people want, and how to feed them the information they need through propaganda, and later adapted that style of programming into TV programming. So they used the same principles for TV program. And there's another guy who won, who did even better work on Bernays. Like he just topped Bernays, and he got the Nobel Peace Prize 2010 for his work on continuing on what Bernays had done. Just did another level on that.
How to manipulate and fuck the world. He got
Yeah.
a Nobel Prize for that. How
Yes,
to
sir.
manipulate the world further. You motherfucker.
Yes.
Wow, that's what we gave a prize to. Some fuckwit who manipulates us and does it really, 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 really fucking well. Like Edward Bernays is, honestly, he's a fucking hero of mine. This guy's absolutely champion with what he did. I absolutely owe massive credit to this guy. He's a smart motherfucker. He saw the world of how stupid it was, and he managed to make a lot of money and influence the world into a way he thought it would be best suited for his pocket, the Jewish prick. Because he was the nephew of Sigmund Freud.
Oh yeah, his uncle was
That's the reason
Sigmund
why
Freud.
everybody. Yeah, that's why everybody knows Sigmund Freud, but hardly anybody knows Edward Bernays, unless you've gone digging into a realm for some reason. Documentary. I think it was called The Root of All Evil.
What was it his book, Root of All Evil?
No, it was a documentary. It was a 4-part documentary.
Okay, because his book is called Just Propaganda, 1928.
Oh, he had a book too. Now, this was a documentary I found because I was researching. I don't know if you ever heard of Landmark. Have you ever heard of this Landmark company?
Landmark?
No? Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Okay. These guys, if you've ever, they're like a cult. These guys. So what they do, they bring you in, build you up, or break you down, and then build you back up again into an image which they think is better for you. Yeah, and a lot of people go and do it. It makes them feel really, really good. But I went through the beginning process. So I went through the breakdown. But then I started asking questions like, I can see why this can be considered a cult. And then the moment I said the word cult, everybody kind of turned against me and became really defensive and started, like what happens when you talk about the flat earth, same sort of opposition. Yeah. And then I was like, this thing is something really, really bad. I don't know what it is. And then I started researching it and I found out about Edward Bernays. Because of him, we have all of this sort of shit. And then you just mentioned the other fella where we got even more. I can't find this documentary.
Indeed, and I'm actually looking for his name real quick. I'll be able to find it. Hopefully I'll find it and I'll share with you guys. It's like all this stuff I kind of read, but I don't like bookmark it or anything, so it's all over the place. I gotta like rake through my head, get it.
Yeah. If it's an ebook, just type into the search words, man. That's what I do. Try and remember shit. I'm trying to remember like particular words and sentences and go, oh yeah, that's in that. Oh, you see if we can find it.
Okay, all right, I found it. His name is Daniel Kahneman. Daniel Kahneman, and I'm just going to read his Wikipedia bio real quick. Daniel Kahneman is an Israeli-American psychologist notable for his work on the psychology of judgment and decision-making, as well as behavioral economics, for which he was awarded the 2002 Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Science. So this is Daniel Kahneman, or however you want to pronounce it. And yeah, he basically furthered the Edward Bernays book, or Edward Bernays' propaganda thing. Let me see if
Oh.
I'll link the
It
Wikipedia.
sounds like you just read out a Freemason's fucking CV resume.
Yeah, he's got everything. He's got the Israel connection. He's the psychology connection, the economics connection, the behavioral economics connection. So I mean, he's got a lot. And actually, he's a.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, there is something that I kind of like about Daniel Kahneman. I don't even know if I'm saying the word right. Kahneman. Here, let me post this on the chat. And that's his name, Kahneman. So something that he did that I kind of like is I'm actually just started reading into this. It's he brings up some flaws that people find with intuitive thinking. So if you have like an idea that's kind of goes against modern day teachings, he tries to analyze these people who always like immediately come and says no, this can't be done. So I kind of like his book on this one. He terms the coin associative. What is it called? Associative coherence. Associative coherence. So it's kind of like if I were to tell you that, hey, I can make an anti-gravity machine right now, you would like immediately your first response would be like, no, you can't do it, and then that's just your first response, and there might be other people around you who will support you, and then you'll just kind of build up on that belief, thinking that there's no way you can have anti-gravity. So that's kind of like the thing he's working on. So I'm kind of curious about him right now, this guy Daniel Kahneman. So thought I'd throw that out there. I was actually reading his article earlier.
Oh, so he's basically another person that's going to prove that we're all crazy and they're all right, and they're going to lock us and going to use his work to prove that we should all be locked up and in some prison.
I don't know. I mean, he works with people's psychology, so he knows at least how the mind works and how to trick the mind and how to kind of manipulate. So who knows where he's going with this?
It's a bit like I see it as humans. The human brain is, everyone is different, like a different type of laptop or processor. We all seem to process things differently and judge things. It's very complex. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have a shower. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'm gonna drop out.
All right, Nick.
All right, don't drop the soap.
Don't.
If I drop the soap, the light might bend and I might smell earth.
Nah, you might find dick earth though.
Oh, the jokes never stop.
Oh, no way. The dick earth is the best. I love it. It's so good. I don't know what I'd do without it now. I can't find his fucking documentary, man. This is really bugging me. I thought I had this fucking, like, archive somewhere.
You still there, Petro?
Yeah, I'm here.
I asked you if you saw the debate between Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole and Paul Stahl. You were kind of watching it last night, and I don't know if you finished.
No, I saw between Dearth and Paul Stahl.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, that's the same one. No, I never finished watching it, man. No, I haven't finished watching it. No, I gotta get back to watching that. Yeah, it all starting to look really good, but I know exactly which path it's gonna go down. Yeah. But the other thing, I'm starting to think there's no chance in the world that, like, even with us, when we first came across the idea of the flat Earth, like, it took a fair bit of convincing before we agreed to it. So it's like I don't expect people who are coming into the flat Earth idea for the first time to instantly convert. There's no chance of that ever happening unless they're just like, sure, why not? I believe anything you told me. Meh. Which you may find because, well, I live on a really good cattle farm.
Yeah, I raise sheep and animals, so I can see that
Really?
happening. Yeah, yeah, I do.
Oh, wow. Oh, cool, man.
Right now I'm in the city though, but
Mm.
in about I'm selling all my fruits and my produce in the city right now. But in about I'm gonna say June right now, June, July, August. By the time August comes around, I'll probably head back to the countryside and yeah, that's where I have all my animals, farms, whatnot.
That sounds like such a great lifestyle, man. That's why you sound like such a down-to-earth fellow, man. You have a great life.
Well, I don't know if it's a great life. I mean, not a lot of people are going to be out there picking mangoes. But I mean, I enjoy it. It's enjoyable. I like connecting to nature. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Having a lifestyle where it just keeps you, in touch with the world around you. Fucking great, man.
Definitely, most definitely.
Really admire. Yeah, and plus your lifestyle is not an easy one, man. You're up quite early. You work long days.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not quite easy. I actually
there's
have a lot of help too.
Oh, awesome. Oh, that's good. Slavery, yes.
I wish it was slavery, but no, I'm just kidding. No, it's not slavery in the sense that most people nowadays, they don't wish to work on the farms. They wish to go to the cities. They wish to work in the factories. So for the most part, the people that I have working for me is almost always part-time. So they'll work for me during the mango seasons or the harvesting seasons, or when I'm harvesting fish or I'm harvesting something else. They'll only work on that season by like seasonally, but most of the time they want to go out and explore the cities, what the cities have to offer.
Oh, that sucks. Actually, man, when's the next time you're fucking asking for employees, man? Because I want to come over to India and do my yoga course. I'm like, I'll come fucking hang out, pick some mangoes for a month or 2 or 3. I don't care. That'd be great fun. I used to pick oranges as a kid. Like, my mum used to take me up to the farms to go and pick oranges. I used to love it and hate it as well, but I still enjoyed it at times.
Yeah, well, that's what I do right now. Is I eat so many mangoes, I pick them and I eat them. But I mean, I had to stop because I'm fasting right now, so I had to.
Ramadan.
Yeah, I had to kind of put my workload, like a little bit, lessen my workload because it's really tough to not drink water and work outside.
Yeah, man.
In the
sun. I got a friend of mine. Yeah, I got a friend of mine. He competed yesterday in the salsa comp, and he's fasting as well. And I'm like, how the fuck did you manage to do that? Like, he got out and exerted a massive amount of energy to get through 2 minutes. Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, he was like, I saw him afterwards, and he's like, man, I can't wait till the sun goes down. Lucky it's winter, and the sun fucking goes down early here.
Yeah, it does. It does. What time does the sun set? Like 5?
About 5-ish, yeah.
Yeah, it's about 5:20 here, and my sun will go down at 6:50.
Oh, and it's nice and warm.
It's been raining today, so I kind of got lucky. And it's not really warm. It's hot. It's hot. It's blazing hot.
I'm so jealous. Believe me, I am so jealous.
Actually, I like the winter too. We don't get much winter, so definitely something I look forward to.
I hate the winter, man. I think
Do you
it should
get
be outlawed.
snow?
In only one part. Oh no, there's a couple of parts of Australia that get snow. Like down south in Victoria, but in New South Wales, closest to me is about a 6-hour drive to the mountains in an area called Perisher. That's the closest snow we get. How about you guys? Do you guys get snow where you are? I doubt it, as far as I know.
Yeah, I just opened my refrigerator and I look in the icebox and there it is. It's snowing.
It must be snowing in Bangladesh. Holy shit! Wow, that's amazing.
Sometimes we get hail, but that's about it. Never had any snow.
Yeah, we've had it snowed twice in my life since I've been in Sydney, ever that it snowed here, and it was like freak snow.
Freak snow. Oh, so it just kind of suddenly happened.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, and then never again for like another 10, 20 odd years, whatever it was.
Long time.
Mm.
So I hate to kind of leave you like this, but I've got to go make some food, and I got to go take a shower. I'm glad that I can still shower while fasting. There's some of the water, yeah, it really cools me down. So if your buddy who's fasting out there, if he's like really not making it that day, you can tell him, hey, go take a shower, buddy. Go help.
Yeah, man. Yeah, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. At least that way you can sneak in some water into you.
Just a little bit. You just gotta spit it out.
Yeah. Rinse the mouth out, man.
Yeah.
Gotta keep the palate nice and fucking moist. Cheating. Well, you go and have a feed, man. I'll look around. I'll find some funny video or something to put up.
Let me present you so that your screen's presented. There you go. Present to everyone.
I'm presenting. Oh, I like to present. No, I present.
Just don't present any music, because that stuff really gets.
No.
Yeah, but everything else, I think you can present. That's okay.
Ah, awesome. Yes.
And if Mr. Bukaki tells you to put on some Bukaki porn, you tell him no.
It depends on what it is, which one it is. I don't know.
All right, buddy. I'll be back in a couple hours.
All right. Enjoy, man. Have to pick food up and carry it? No way, Joseph. That's hilarious. I typed Dick Earth into Google. Check this. Right. So I type Dick Earth into Google and check out images. This is what I get. A rock. Why is there so much Batman and Robin? That is fucking weird. Earth Day from Earth is a dick. Oh, yeah, that's right. Decorating smartly. Oh. So much dick. Look at all the dick earth. Ha! That's gold. Oh, that's fantastic. I wonder if they really planned that. Or, oh my god. That's fucking gold.
Hey, what's up?
Hey man.
I heard my business card called out, so I'm calling
Ah, dick earth, huh? Yeah, just having a look. Wait,
Well,
I
if
just
no one
got
else
a
was going to
screenshot.
come on and talk truth with you, I figure, I'll join you.
Might as well talk dick.
Dick truth, man. Dick truth. They're all around us.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's have a look at some more dick earth. Here we go. What is this guy got? Oh my god, see the biggest dick on earth. Actually looks like a bomb.
Well, I mean,
What the fuck? Lucky guy. In his G-banger in a crowd of people. Good on you. That's it. Appease the masses. What you want to do. Tyson, how did you come up in Dick Earth search? That's hilarious. Really? That's it? Dick Earth. We need a Dick Earth model. Hey, Snack, are you any good at Photoshop? No.
okay, I'm back. Petcha, I'm not sure if my sound's working. You there, Matt?
Yeah, you're working, man. I can hear.
Oh, yeah, no, sometimes I just can't hear the other people on the
Yeah.
chat.
Oh, good.
Oh,
If you're going
dude,
to
Dick Cheney.
I know.
Yeah, I didn't even
Which
think
one?
of Dick Cheney.
Is
It's
that
like,
him?
it's right in there, Yeah, Dick Cheney.
Maybe Dick. Mocha Dick.
You got. Okay. All right.
Mocha Dick.
I'll bite.
Prince. Yeah.
Also a mocha dick, I would imagine.
What else we got here?
So yeah, we got it. It's we've got some videos like lined up here, some Dick Earth, videos. But once they get past the lawyers, we're gonna try and post them.
Oh, fucking awesome. We
I
need at
think
least
I think we're
one
gonna have
Dick.
to get some. We're gonna have to get the American Civil Liberties Union on our side.
Oh, that's right. They'll just fucking put their whole headquarters in another country, like I don't know, in the Dominican Republic. Yeah, North
We can
Korea.
only,
Yeah.
the videos are only available in other countries. We can't get them in the U.S. They'll be censored and flagged. I guess we'll have to put an over 18 on it.
An
Just-
R-rated.
Yeah, well, at least you got to sign in with an account. So, I mean, I guess that would be the right way to do it. I don't want to traumatize people unnecessarily. I mean, it is YouTube. I know that that's kind of a sport, but I'm not trying to do that.
Whatever happened to that good old rotten.com, huh? More dicker. Mo dick freeze for ring earth.
I did show you the spacecraft from the Cosmos series. I showed you that, right?
No.
Oh, just type in Cosmos spaceship.
Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah.
Or actually, I got it. I can throw it in.
Cosmos spaceship. Oh, this thing. Ah, yeah, I heard you guys talking about this. Yeah, I'd asked the question what TV. This is the Neil Tyson, the grass ass.
He's in the
Neil
tentacle
Tyson,
area.
the grass ass.
I mean, you see, he's in the ball. It's basically an arm-long situation there.
This one?
Well, no, the spaceship, that oval job in the center, right?
The center right. This one? That one.
Well, that or
that one?
One up. That. One back.
That.
The spaceship looking thing, the thing that looks like a big dong.
Yeah. Big vibrator.
Yeah, the dong shape. Yeah. Earth is a vibrator. Yeah.
Oh, there's a better. It's a dildo. There's a better looking version. Look at it. Looks like a phallus.
It's sort of cleaned up, you know. It's sort of a cleaned up version, you know, of the dick Earth. But yeah, I didn't realize it. So you know, it was staring me straight in the face, and I was like, oh, I'm not the first one to have done this.
Dude. Right here, look, dick, balls. Right here. Look at it. Dicker. Right there. Sorted.
Listen, if it's right in front of you, and if you can't see it,
it's your problem.
There's other things you can't see too. I'm not putting dirty thoughts in anybody's head. This is just a shape, you know.
Yeah. So what if it, you know, something comes out of it at the end? Obviously, Australia is on the underside of the balls.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson is in the balls, and he's telling you what's going on. And that's Cosmos. If you wanted like the Cliff's Notes version of it, the Reader's Digest version. I guess they don't use.
Oh, really?
Anymore. Kind of showing my age, probably. That's nice. Rockets are another good one. Rockets are all shaped like a certain thing.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Look at that shit.
Mm-hmm. Like a double whammy.
Cosmos. Oh yeah, Transformers.
It looks like a kind of a dope Transformer now.
Huh. He looks like he's gonna fuck shit up, this guy.
He's got like two sets of legs.
High five to Decepticons. Sorry?
He's got two sets of legs, of course he's gonna fuck shit up. Oh, Cosmos is the UFO guy. He's a Generation 2 Transformer.
There's more on that. These bullshit fucking Star Trek ID designed by NASA. What the fuck? Dude, this thing looks like the Event Horizon. Where was it? This one. Yeah, Event Horizon.
Yeah,
have you seen the movie Event Horizon?
Yes, yeah. I have.
Everyone's gonna fucking tear each other's eyes out.
Actually, I kind of object to the phrase event horizon. I think it's sort of like slander.
Ah.
Well, like certain words can kind of keep you away from thinking of something kind of as an obvious comparison, because you're told that it's an exception.
Yeah.
Exceptional definition, you know. So an event horizon is what? It's like the area around the black hole where you get pulled into it.
Really? I thought an event horizon would have been where your eye creates the horizon.
Exactly my point.
And they're just misrepresenting.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, they're
It's like
misrepresenting it.
they put a firewall in your brain. They put a firewall in your brain with certain phrases, and you, if you think of what the definition of it is, if you learn that, then that's right where you're going to. You're not thinking of the obvious relational thing, but I mean, the horizon is an event. The sun rising is an event, and because that's kind of like a circular feature.
Dick Earth. That's one of the balls.
Oh, inside of the well, I don't know. This is a spherical model. So you know, the Dick Earth, the magma flows differently. There's a whole different set of pipes really going on there.
Yeah, it kind of goes out this way out of the Dick Earth and kind of goes back into the Earth, into the space atmosphere.
You want to think of it like Dick Earth more like a soldering iron. You want to think of it more of like a so like a uranium tube, you know. Well, oh hey, what are you looking at right there? You're looking at some fallow nebulas right there. You didn't even see it. That just went right by you.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, this one on the left, we can probably do surgery on that one, fix that one. But the one in the middle is pretty clear.
Really? It looks like a person holding their big cock. Look at it. It's like the guy from...
oh, like a Yoda. He's got a little Yoda head on. It's like Yoda looking at
yeah.
Staring at a... Yeah,
that's his mouth. Mouth there, yeah. And his arms.
Okay, so you go more like a Jim Henson type of Dark Crystal, sort of. With a big puffy hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah. Oh,
right.
You can never miss the place for
that was the sequel to Dark Crystal that we never saw. Never made it to the screen.
Yeah.
And they're all like,
That's amazing how the shadow's underneath it, but yet the sun is going this way and the shadow's underneath it. You suck at your fucking CGI at your Photoshop.
I don't know. The font is nice.
That's what the globe Earth looks like right now to the globers. It's like
shit's on
it's
fire
okay.
everywhere.
Okay. Oh look, check out this satellite here. They could take a great photo of the Earth, but nothing. What? Nothing? I know this is a painting, but they're supposed to be out there. Why can't these take photos of this? Look. You saw the photos from fucking Apollo where the Earth is.
Do you like the little artistic nebula, kind of the little pocket that they made for it? Kind of airbrushed in, like a little dishy kind of thing. And it was in the previous one.
Where was that? This one?
See how they just put these like space clouds in there and you didn't even notice it. It's just like, oh, that's great.
Oh.
It's airbrushed.
Yeah.
Like that shit. Does that exist between the fucking satellite? Is that what's going on?
Oh man, is that supposed to be the moon there, or is that like the Apollo thing coming at us?
No,
no. You know what this is? It's not space dust. It's not a space class cloud, man. This is excrements from the Dick Earth over here. It's over here, and it's shooting away all the badness of the globe. Look. That's what it's doing. It's just off to the side here. It's going, Go away, Glow.
And I'm like, yeah, oh, yeah, we have this. Wow, that's hilarious. Love it, man.
That's what happens every time we feel an earthquake.
It's just, you know, not cosmic
Oh, look, this
wind,
one.
but
That's amazing. He's not even tethered. He's not even tethered.
Looks like he's got balls. He's an astronaut.
Yeah, astronaut.
Dude's like,
Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
Well,
It's only space. I got this. It's only infinite space.
yeah. Oh, whoa! Fucking Cockman's back all of a sudden.
Yeah.
The fuck would it be? You sons of bitches! What happened to that picture? Zooming on that guy's fucking. What? There he is. I want to see what's on his fucking helmet.
Sure, you're about to hit the Dutch
I can't
wall.
see shit. It's like, see this light right here? That's supposed to be this or here. That little bit. See this little bit here is supposed to be this. I see the rocket sticking out the side is here. This is definitely a painting. Who is this idiot? Star Wars. Yeah, it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
The dick man. Oh, you know what that is? It's a dog hanging on the end of it. Look, it's even got the the dick has a dick for a dog.
You gotta bring enough for everybody.
Sorry? Yeah, exactly. Gotta go around. Cosmos. Astronaut, let's do this. Let's some NASA. Let's have some fun with some NASA crap. Look.
The stylized hyperpenis.
TechCrunch. Are you serious? I don't know, is this supposed to be a real photo? Because I see an etching all around this photo.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Photo around the photo.
Mm-hmm.
If that's a real photo, probably not. Yeah, because that one got better. What's on this guy's fucking helmet? Ugh. What's on your camera?
The big camera.
What is the fuck is this reflection?
It's the inside of the tank, the underwater tank freezing.
Oh no, it's a reflection of this astronaut here. Look at that. It's corresponding. That's what's happening. Yeah. What? It's a dick Earth, dude. Anything's possible on the dick Earth. What do we got here?
Yeah, I mean HTML is intelligent. On the dicker.
Oh my god. NASA is fucking hilarious, man. I don't get how anybody thinks these photos are fucking real. Look at this dude. His helmet's turned. His helmet is facing another direction. How's that fucking possible? They're not supposed to move. He should be looking this way, not this way. Astronaut Ed White floats in the microgravity of space 50 years ago during his first US cock-sucking dick mission. Look, that's what that fucking pole is. There you go. He's more dick Earth. There's a camera right there.
It's a Hasselblad
Nothing.
style on his tank. Got like no oxygen tank. Just umbilical.
Yeah. Where's his massive
Yeah.
fucking... Oh, no. That's what the tether is. The tether's giving him oxygen.
Oh, of course
Yeah,
it is.
and this...
Yeah, you know how easy it is
this
to breathe through a
plastic-
fucking straw, right?
Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
It's going both ways
The easiest
too,
thing
right?
in the world. Yeah. There's you didn't know there's a massive fucking pressure pump in there that pushes the air in to the hose. It's
Right.
just it's phenomenal way. This thing's amazing. Like it keeps this thing pressurized as well. This hose that feeds the air in here pressurizes his suit. And is that a zipper? Is that a pocket on his leg?
You can put your tater tots in there.
And look at this
Get hungry,
fucking...
maybe just open your helmet, have a snack, power up with some astronaut food, and close your helmet. The umbilicus delivers Kool-Aid.
Check out this fucking image on his helmet. Yeah, you see the light source there. What is this bit here? There's this lump of rock thing. That's his, I think his arm. Who's that? That looks like a Nintendo NES, the original, just a little flatter. That's what he's doing out there. He's playing Duck Hunt.
I think
for the
he's
first
actually
time
just
in his race.
wearing like one weight from one of his lifting machines where he just stacked the plates in. Because he's so light, it can float away. They're like, okay, we'll just put the 25 kilos on the chest. All right, Velcro that in with 3M materials that we made from NASA.
Wait, so what is this photo? Oh, okay. This
He has a very small
what
head.
the fuck? You know what this means? This is fucking terrorist. What the hell's on this guy's
In big
helmet?
language.
What the hell? What is that? Is that a face in there?
That's a face.
Really? That's kind of fucked up and a little small. Or did someone Photoshop that shit in there? I'm assuming someone photoshopped
Well, they got that close, you know, it's like that 2001 type Russian, you know, style. Like wetsuit thing going on.
What the fuck?
Is that Kevin
Look at
Spacey?
this groin.
Nah, never mind. Looks normal.
How come you can tell the water rippling from this photo? Or is that just me? The reflection of the sunlight is showing the ripples in the water down below.
I don't know. I
This
think
must be a
smaller
Photoshop.
cloud pieces.
Sorry? Oh, these
Look
little
like
bits here?
small chunks of clouds or something.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, possibly. What else we got? Full sail. You dickhead. How did they get this out there? How did they get this fucking out the door? I want to see if there's anything on the back of the door.
Is that a NASA image?
Yeah, that was. I think so. Wait, let me go back and find it. Have a look. Have a look. NASA celebrates 50th anniversary of. Let's have a look. Where are you taking me? The total corporate spectrum isn't working. Ha!
Oh.
Surprise.
Marginally full thing.
That's a paper door. Paper door. Have you seen the paper door by Educate Yourself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can well, just as long as we don't play videos. Or actually, we could play stuff. Maybe.
Yeah. Through the paper door. Paper door. This is an actual door. Let me zoom in on his helmet, man. What the fuck's on his helmet? Yeah. What is this fucking thing? Look at it. It's got a shit stain on it. What, they've been rubbing on their ass on it because they fucking run out of toilet paper in there. They've got nowhere else to fucking wipe their ass. They just come out here, wipe their ass, and then go back in.
I see what you mean, but why would they do that? Does it run out of toilet paper? Well, it's probably really old too, right?
Yeah, because it gets rusty. It gets rusty in space. Duh. What am I talking about?
It's a vacuum. Of course it gets rusty. Of course it fucking gets rusty. Of course you know it. Rust happens in space. Whenever it's because there's no atmosphere. Hey, Petro, I'll be right back.
Go for it, man. Paper door. Paper door. Look at this. It's such a fucking hilarious. Actually, no, I got one better. Let's go check out what's his fucking name. Scott. Oh. Scott Massa. Scott Riley returns. Where's his fucking? That's him. Scott Kelly. Scott Kelly. But I was watching this video of his little bullshit lecture that he likes to give. There it is. And I saw something fucking hilarious. You know, what was it? Let me find this. You don't want to watch this. All of this. Fucking hilarious to watch that. Look, science. Science. Look, doing science. You think science. Carrots for science. Anyway. Well, all you NASA lovers up there. What is this fucking shot? The window that looks out to the Earth from the ISS has a slide mirror window in it. Oh yeah. So check this out. This video has been up since 25th of May 2016, and I'm the only one who's ever made a comment on it. And there's been 20,000 views almost. Fucking explain this shit to me. How the hell does that work? What the fuck? Let me find these fucking windows. Gold. You're gonna love it. Oh, this is the part where Scott Kelly finally gets out. Oh, what the fuck? What was that? Let's go back into the game console cockpit. That's fucking excellent. Oh, here they come, here they come. He's coming out. He's being greeted. How do they get so many fucking people in this place? It's fucking great. Look at it. And it's spotless. I love it. It's absolutely amazing. Notice how there's no dirt anywhere? And why are all these fucking ventilation pipes going through the whole place? Does it make it look spacier? What the fuck was this? Whoa, I'll get back to that. This is fucking dodgy as hell. Why do they always have packaged stuff? What's... You never see... Oh, more foil. More foil. Yeah. That's the Dick Earth measurement tool. Oh, that's... That's fucking hilarious. You see how fast that went? Oh, wait. Twice the speed. You'll never see it go that fast in reality, though. The EVA. Extravehicular activities. That's it. He's going to get dressed up in his fucking scuba suit. I mean, spacesuit, which has a snorkel in it in case of water leaks. Because, you know, water leaks. Counting Stars supposedly has 1.3 billion views. Hey, all you guys that are watching this, can you all get onto this this page and like the retired astronaut Scott Kelly reflects a year-long ISS mission and add a comment? I want to see if it's gonna pop up. Anyway, let me get back and try and find this fucking window. Where was it? All this crap, man. Yeah, let's fucking slow this shit down. Yeah. So have a listen to Scott Kelly talking bullshit.
Planet Earth looks. But you're out there in your own spaceship and
Whoa, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back.
you're calm, and I'll tell you what, at that point you realize that
Look at this. Oh. Look at it. Doesn't that look like a wall behind it? What is that?
Hey, Pet, can you turn the volume up on this?
Yeah, it's the volume's all the way up, man.
Yeah, I mean, can you turn it off?
Turn it off. Yeah.
Copyright strike.
Oh, okay.
You know, the Terminator robots will take her.
Ah, fuck those cunts, man. I didn't know that we could get in trouble for posting videos of NASA, would we?
Usually we can. I think we can fix it by just neutralizing all the audio. If we have a problem. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What are we taking a look at here, man?
Yeah.
The ISS?
I'm trying to find a little window I saw. He looks. There's a shot. There's this little slidey window on the exterior window of the ISS. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. What the fuck's he doing with carrots? Science. That's what he's doing. And now they're eating shit. Yeah, because the food in Kazakhstan is crap. That's why they eat this shit. This is why nobody fucking sees them filming shit here in the US. Yeah, they're in the US. It's all done in Kazakhstan. Dick Earth. Look at it. It's getting going into his mouth. Catch the Dick Earth. Oh.
Can you send me a link to this? That was amazing.
Look at him.
That's not a bad one either. That's not a bad picture.
Yeah. What the hell is attached up there? Why do they always have shit in the background? What is that? And I thought water was dangerous on the fucking... Oh, more science. Check it out. Science. That's okay. It will just float around.
Yeah, because it's gelatin water.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we just turned the camera upside down, and it looks like they're flying upside down normally. Let me do a somersault through here, and you're going to see something amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wait, there's a shot here, and look at the floor. Oh, get back. Come on, this thing's not fast enough. There's a shot there where he rolls over the window, and you can look out the window for a brief moment, and you see nothing but black of nothing. No light, no nothing. Even though that's supposed to be the bottom looking at the earth. Look, the windows, there's a window there. Fuck off. Here we go. Down here. What was that? Nothing. Never fucking show you the cunts. Oh, you can't. Oh.
Yeah, it just looks like a blacked out patch.
Yeah, there was another one I'd seen. Oh, it looks so dodgy. Fucking hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing at it.
It's so funny that it's just the right dimensions to be like a plane.
Yeah, exactly. Well, have you seen the video 7 Holes in the Space Station, I think it was, by Smarter Every Day?
No.
No. Oh, let me show you that. I'll find this one another time. I'm going to play this one. You're going to enjoy it. You reckon I'll be able to play the sound on this one? Because this is just for the YouTuber. No?
Well, I'm not sure. No, actually, because just because they have their video, it doesn't mean that they're not using other copyrighted materials that get sorted out with them. So it's really, it's like a per video deal, sort of, you know, what you make permissions on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't fuck with it anymore because it's too complicated.
Oh, that sucks, man, because he says some really stupid things. Just, I'll play just the section where he talks really stupid, because he's a fucking moron, this guy. But I really enjoy. This is my favorite section.
Oh yeah, this guy is a moron. I've seen that guy talk before. He's a moron.
See,
I'll certify that.
Yeah, so you know all about the star trails. How does this happen in space? How does this occur in space when it only happens on Earth? You got to look up to this. I don't get how they did this up here, unless this is fucking Photoshop bullshit. Because look at the colors, look at the gradient of the curve. It goes, pull up.
The layers. Well, you can see the structural layer go through the atmosphere layer. You see it on the bottom.
Down here. It's all the way there. Yeah. All the way through here. Look at that.
Oh, it's garbage. It's garbage. But you know, 90% of people don't take a second look at this. It looks like some fucking model. It just looks like a model. Looks like
no idea.
Some Star Trek like glue together shit.
This section here. Oops. Yes, yes.
A shaft, you rotate. So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have? 7, because we have 7 windows. What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak. You just have a leak.
Then you just have a leak. How stupid is that? You have the internal pressure of this, you're about to escape out the hole with all your fucking oxygen. You just have a leak? Really?
Just have one.
Listen.
Yeah. And what you would do is lose air. Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of.
So he reckons you'd seal the cupola. I'm assuming you've seen the inside of the fucking ISS, yeah?
Uh-huh.
On YouTube. Yeah. Have you seen the entry into the cupola?
Not sure. Possibly not.
Ah, okay. I have to show you that. But there's no doorway to shut off. No door to close. No nothing there. I don't know what he's talking about. And
Yeah,
then
just
this
take
guy,
some
this
metal
prick is
tape, put
being
it on there. All good.
sorted. Yeah, just get a fat person, just stick him up against the window.
You
That'll
just
seal
put some
it.
duct tape. If you got a leak, just put some duct tape on it.
Yeah, a bit of dick. Should be right. Oh man,
Stick your face on the leak.
this guy is in. Wait, his final fucking ending was priceless. I thought this was hilarious. Total deflection in answer. Ready?
Operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station
Look at his
without
eyes.
losing air pressure.
Look at his eyes. He's freaking out.
It's called real good engineering. Okay,
Real good engineering. That's the best deflection of any answer ever. Of any question, sorry, ever. That's my favorite deflection. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you
emphasis
reckon?
on the real. Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah, you haven't seen this video
Real
before?
good engineering.
Hmm. You just take a leak.
Oh, I don't actually
How
like that
about-
guy Smarter Every Day. He's kind of a silly dude.
He's smarter every day. He's getting smarter every day. Good on him. It's alright. Help out on Flat Earth Moon Monday. Help record the moon day. Remember, today the moon could be visible at your location around 4 to 5 p.m. Lol, put a dick on it.
Yep. Slap a dick on it.
Wow. Man, I wish you said this earlier, political hillbilly. It would have been great. Let me get rid of this.
Oh, I haven't been
Anything else
watching
you
the
guys?
live page all this time.
Sorry?
Well, I just took the direct link from the watch page on YouTube,
Yeah.
and it just puts up this hangout, and then it closes the watch page. So I haven't been watching the watch page for a while.
Oh, so you don't know what's going on. How do I bring up the comments on the main screen? Because I'm presenting to everyone. So.
Okay, yeah. So there's you can go on the watch page and pop out the chat into a separate window. Right where you would make your comments, there's like 3 dots, and if you click on that, it'll give you options.
Okay. Ah, yeah. Whoops. Okay, recent apps.
Oh, are you on a phone?
Sorry?
Are you on a phone right now, or like a computer?
I'm on my laptop.
Okay. Yeah, so I think if you just go to right where you would make a comment in the comment section, you can pop out the chat. It gives you an option to do that.
No, I mean the chat from the YouTube page. Let me bring it up now.
I'm going to do it, and I'll explain it while I'm doing it.
Ah, cool, man. Thanks. Hey, political hillbilly, jump online and tell us a little more about this moon thing.
Okay, so Petra, so you see where it says your name and it says say something, and then to the right of that it's got a little smiley face and then 3 dots.
Yep. Choose links.
So if you click on the 3 dots.
Yep.
And you should have an option for pop out chat.
Whoa. No, we went to choose files to share a link. Okay.
I don't know. Are you in the Hangouts or the live page?
I'm on the Hangout.
Okay. Okay. Go to the live page that where the chat is. I mean, where you can see political hillbilly and all that.
Ah, yeah. I think it's in 3 dots. Pop out chat. Yeah.
So pop out the chat, and it'll open to a separate window.
Yeah.
And then it'll show up on your options of which screen you want to share.
Ah, okay.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, I want to know more about this political hillbilly.
Okay.
First.
Yeah, political hillbilly. If you want to jump on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Join the show.
Come on, tell us about it. Next 3 Mondays in a row. Well, my Monday's almost over, dude. But I'll keep it in mind for next Monday, and I'll take all the photos I can think of. Where should we post them and stuff, mate? Is it a flat Earth asshole doing it? I'm just helping.
Yeah.
I'm just promoting.
Yeah, so if you go up, like, you scroll up, that political hillbilly says, help out on Flat Earth Moon Monday. Help record the moon today. Remember, today the moon could be visible at your location around 4 or 5. If you're, personally, I think that's true for me. Record what time you see the first moon, and if you can take a photo, and do it every hour at the top of the hour. Please be willing to give a location for triangulation purposes. So, yeah, so they're going to be doing this for 3 weeks, and Flat Earth asshole YouTube account, I guess, or email.
Oh, I
But
get
the
the
key,
YouTube name.
Yeah, I guess the key would really be to just take the pictures and then try and see if you can get them to Flat Earth asshole, and then after you figure out what his where to send them, then 2 more weeks, and we should have something. But yeah, I think it really takes a whole year to do something like that because of just the patterns of the libration.
Yeah.
Of the moon. So that it varies at different times of the year. It's further out or nearer over the course
What's
of
his
the solar
name?
year. So.
Crow 77 has filmed the moon for a year, and he's still filming the moon, as far as I know.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, filming it, yes, he's done that, but this is like a triangulation process where, you're getting multiple data points to kind of cross-correlate the relative position of or the apparent position of the moon. So, there's that. Yeah, just trying to see who can see the moon at what times over the course of the month, because there should be a difference in how far people can actually see it, just based on the distance that the moon pulls closer and then further away from us. So the higher up in the sky, you would imagine that it can be seen for a greater distance, right?
Should we measure it with the angle that the light shines from the moon?
I don't even know if it's that sophisticated. I think it's just like, can you see it? Take some pictures.
Yeah, but we need more information than that. So we need to like.
You
we
know
need to work out when there is. Yeah.
There needs to be a place there needs to be like a place or a forum where you can just like send in your pictures and do things like this, because it's hard to do on an infotech basis and everything. Just like getting all the pictures together, getting all the locations of where those pictures are from, and then trying to you know, put up comparisons. It's a lot of data. So
Yeah, I think Dr. Zach
it'd be a
was
lot
trying to do
easier.
something like that.
Sure. Well, that was for the sun, so he's trying to get
Oh, yeah.
the angle
So
of,
you're gonna do one.
you know, from locations, and then yeah, but basically the same sort of concept, you know, just different locations, being able to triangulate the
Wait.
relative position.
Political hillbilly says go to HTTP hoax space.
Okay.
So let's see. Is it in YouTube or something else?
Okay, I'll try and post that, I guess, in the chat since I have the almighty wrench. Alright.
Time required. Remember the state time zone. Give a GPS and angle to the moon. Fuck. That's the best way to work out the angle to the moon if you don't have a sextant. How do you recreate one? Is it easy to do? I have a protractor around. I have
Protractor. Check. Check the phone. It's real easy. Alright, so post this
political
hangout.
hillbilly need some more information on the space hoax site, man. Can you have
There
some
you
more
go.
information on that?
Here, you can just type that. You can just click on that picture. I just posted it. That's the actual page you go to post your images.
Okay. Oh, okay, awesome. Do you guys know about the letter to Congress or the petition for Congress to answer the the open letter to Neil Tyson deGrasse? Do you know about this? Huh?
No, but I mean, I don't. I mean, I understand. I understand what's going on, but yeah, is it they're petitioning Congress to petition Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah.
But I mean, is he even like a? Isn't he just like sort of a media attaché? Shouldn't they be asking somebody like the president of NASA, like Charles Bolden?
The puppet. He's just a puppet. But
His
I
job
don't
is to
know.
say what he's got to say.
Well, I think the petition wants to have Congress answer the questions which are directed to Neil Tyson deGrasse. I don't think it's to make him answer the questions because nobody gives a fuck what he says. I don't really give a shit what the government says, but we want answers, and they're supposed to be the ones.
It would be the most hilarious thing in the universe to watch a special body of senators discuss the shape of the Earth. That would be hilarious.
Oh, fuck yeah, man. I think that will get the highest ratings on TV ever, if it ever go on TV.
Just, yeah, that would be. Alright, see you later, Hillbilly. Take care there.
Take it easy, Hillbilly, man. I'll take my photos and I'll post them up for you next week. I'm not going to have the best photos, but I'll give you what I can. Every little bit counts.
That is right. Every bit of information.
Mm.
No pun intended, or pun intended.
Sorry? Oh, educate yourself. What's we got? Sorry? Oh, educate yourself. Wow, I keep hearing this echo. Is that me that's causing that?
Yeah, you might have your watch page open.
Wow, I keep hearing this echo. Is that me that's causing that? Ah, yes it is. I know what I'm doing. Ah, that's the problem. Right there, you dumb shit. Fixed it. All good. Alright, ignore me. I'm stupid. Night, Mr. Bukaki. Have a good one, mate. Night, Jerome. I think I might duck up as well. I'll pop in a little later on, see what kids are doing.
This stream will be coming to an end pretty soon. I'm going to guess about 10 minutes or so. We're going to start a new one probably in half an hour or so. I'll try to post some links.